I will let everyone know the final number once Santana texts me. I will let everyone know. I will let everyone know. Let me get everything started real quick. What's good, everyone joining up on YouTube? What's good up, everyone joining on YouTube? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Let me make sure everything is fully set up on the stream. I'm gonna let the Instagram know that I'm live as well. What's good, everyone joining up? Alrighty. Let me go to Instagram, tell them I'm live, and then we'll go on to the debates. I am live. Is it lagging on TikTok? Sorry. Oh, holy shit. I apologize for that. Is it lagging on TikTok? It says for some people are saying it's lagging. Is it on, what about on YouTube? Is YouTube fine? What's going on with TikTok? YouTube is fine, but TikTok for some reason has an issue. No lag here? Okay, alright. Seems fine. Alrighty, we're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let me plug this in. Did anyone see the Piers Morgan debate that dropped today? That's what I was telling people about for a minute. I thought that was kind of funny. Piers Morgan just like literally like I feel like proved my point with toxic masculinity. I thought that was pretty funny. Um, and then Jubilee like clipped specifically the part where I was, doing the exact debate tactic that he has towards other people, towards him, which I thought was
Thank you
fun. Yo,
for
what's up, Aldia?
everything you do. I love you so much. You can kick me.
Okay. Is it still lagging for people on TikTok? I apologize, everyone. I might try to hit a restart on TikTok real quick, because it is lagging, but I don't know why. I really wonder why it's lagging. Like I'm seemingly fine on YouTube. What's wrong with TikTok? No lag. Okay. There's no lag. It's not lagging for me. I can check on my phone as well. Yeah, I think that I'm fine. All right. We're gonna start getting some debates going. I apologize, everyone. Do give me a second. I'm also pull it up on my phone just so that I can see kind of like both. Yeah, I should be fine. I should be fine. Alrighty. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Alright, we're gonna just keep going. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Do give it a second. Alrighty, do give it a second. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Oh, it does look like it's actually lagging. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You love.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, it's very much lagging. I don't know why that's only happening on TikTok. We're gonna hit a quick restart. Okay, everyone? Here on TikTok, we're gonna hit a quick restart. I'll be right back. It is actually lagging on TikTok. It definitely is. So I'm gonna hit a quick restart on TikTok. YouTube is totally fine. I always recommend to go to the YouTube if the TikTok is lagging, everyone. Alright, I'll be right back. I don't know why TikTok just did that. That's so fucking weird. Right? That's so weird, right? Let's hit a whole restart on the app. YouTube is super good. Yeah, it seems fine on YouTube. Like, that's what's been happening recently. It's been so weird. That's it, bruh. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're gonna keep it going. Here in a second, I do just want to get it going. Send you some powerful vibes. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. We're going to start getting some debates going here in a second. Do just give it a second, everyone. Yeah, chat, it ended up being $4,076. $4,076. That's what it was. That's fucking nuts. That is crazy. Actually crazy. Still lagging? Chat, I don't know how to fix it. I actually don't know how to fix it. What do I do? I just restarted the app and it's still lagging? What's going on? Let me check. It seems okay on my end. Oh no, I don't want to have an echo. Alright, I'm just going to bring someone up, see if we get a debate. If not, whatever. We'll figure it out. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
Currently, yeah.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for, given the information you have right now?
So that's what I actually got on the live about. I was a Donald Trump supporter, huge when I was like 2016, 2020. But currently in this election, I think he's kind of not doing well at all. And I wanted to talk about maybe some Democratic policies or why I should vote for maybe JD Vance or someone that's in the MAGA politicians.
So you would or you wouldn't vote for Trump in that context?
I don't think,
Again.
based off of what he's done in the past 2 years, that I would vote for Trump now.
Okay. So I would just
But
recommend
2
to watch
years
the
ago,
live.
yes, I could vote.
I'll answer your question right now, but I am going to go on to the next person because I do want to look for people who specifically like are currently MAGA. But just listen in real quick. I'll answer your question while I get the next person up here. While I get the next person up here, generally you should vote for Democrats because they are worried more about the working class comparative to individuals like Vance and Trump because they have passed tariffs that have disproportionately negatively impacted lower and middle income individuals. They spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. So that will shift the burden of taxation and has been shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income, because that's where we get most of their tax revenue through income tax, to disproportionately those that are lower income. So things like that. Democrats are focused on affordability, like providing access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? They have specific policies for all of those, whereas Republicans historically have not very much cared about that, other than being quote unquote fiscally responsible, which we've seen recently that the Democrats have been more fiscally responsible than Republicans. But let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Oh, and that is a fetus. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are
Okay, I
you?
need you to define.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
And what's your birth year?
You don't think I sound like I'm 22 years old?
I ask the question to everyone. I don't know why you care.
I was born May 12th, 2003.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because everyone who supports Kamala's
Kamala?
pussy like so.
What is that supposed to mean?
Like, look at you.
What is that supposed to mean?
Go look at. Can you see yourself right now?
Can I see myself? Yes.
Yeah. That's why I voted for Donald Trump.
What about me?
Huh?
What about me?
You look like you suck cock.
Well, I'm not Trump and Bubba, so I don't know what you're referencing. But what's wrong with that?
Being gay is wrong.
Oh, why is that?
Just look at you.
Look at me. It's wrong because look at me? You sound like you're trolling. Do you have anything intellectual to say?
No, I'm not trolling.
So what about looking at me indicates that being gay is wrong?
I have autism.
One,
I
I'm
have
straight.
autism.
So what about looking
Are you
at me
judging me?
indicates that being gay is wrong?
It is wrong.
Why?
How would society continue if it was just gays?
Say that again?
How would society continue if it was just gays?
You can have children through the context of the IVF process. Did you know that? Did you know that's possible?
What the fuck's an IDF process, boss?
You don't know what IVF is? Interesting. So
Oh, I know.
IVF is in vitro fertilization. Right?
Oh,
That's.
fuck.
Do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, so you understand that that's a process that people use right now where they don't have to engage in intercourse, right, with someone in order to produce a child.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It being ridiculous doesn't mean which one. It's not ridiculous, but it being ridiculous
Is
to
that
you
how
does
you're
not
gonna
mean
have a kid?
that it's not like true within reality.
That's how you're gonna have a kid. You're gonna go shoot some spunk into a fucking piss jar. And
I couldn't hear anything you were saying. Can you get a little bit closer to your microphone?
I said that's how you're gonna have a kid. You're gonna shoot some spunk into a piss jar.
What is that? Is that supposed to be an argument? Wait,
No,
are you saying that's
it's not.
wrong? Or is IVF wrong?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Just,
Why? Do you have anything intellectual, or is it you just gonna keep saying things are wrong?
no, I'm a very intellectual person, Parker.
And what's the response then?
Why is it wrong?
Yeah,
Takes the fun out of having a kid.
takes the fun out of. Okay, I'm kicking you. This is so ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Storm, can we get some W's for Storm in the comment section right now with $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Can we get some W's for Storm in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I always will. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Storm in the comment section. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. W's for Storm. We love it. We love it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 21 years of age.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
2004. What month?
June.
June? Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Right now, I'm not in fully support of Trump, but I would...
what state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
It is 8:23.
No, it's not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Alexis.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Oh, Jesus. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, no man, I'm fucking double tapping.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Alrighty, do give it a second. We'll be getting some debates here very soon. Why so many trolls? We had people coming in from Dean's Live. So we're just probably getting like Dean's guest requests until we get new people. We're about 10 minutes in, so do give it a second. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting that person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Send the next person. Let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Didn't accept them either. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If you were a turtle.
Okay, we're just is it Friday? No, it's Sunday. I was about to say, is it Fetus Friday? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yo, come to London, bro. I'll fuck you up.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? Okay. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're getting a lot of trolls, everyone. Do give us a second. We're trying to get to the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
39, 40,
Okay.
39, 38.
Good enough. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I definitely still stick with Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I didn't vote for him the first time, but the second time I did.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support him? Because he supports a lot of the America First policies that I believe that any country should promote. Like I think you have an obligation to take care of your own country and your own interests before you worry about other people.
What America First policy?
Having a border is a good policy, right?
Okay, I think both sides have a border, so.
I mean, obviously you don't have a border under the Biden administration.
We did.
The border was wide open.
We had a border.
No, it was wide open.
It was not wide open.
What do you define as a border?
What do I define as a border? It's going to be an
like
area that makes a difference between two different countries.
Do you have control over
one country from another? Sorry, actually, that's a better way to say.
Yeah. Do you have control? Do you have dictation? You have control.
It doesn't necessitate that. It doesn't necessitate that.
Well,
you could have,
that
like, for example, are there borders between states?
There are borders between states, and states' laws differ from state
and
to state.
are there restrictions between
and
going between like the borders between? Wait, are there restrictions? Are there restrictions, for example, between Nevada and California right now?
Yes.
There
are.
So when I try and cross into Nevada, you're saying I'm going to be stopped? Because I've done that many times.
No, what I'm saying is that there are going to be different
if I'm not
laws that are
stopped,
going
then
to be
answer this
applied
question.
to you.
Well, then answer this question. If me going through is not like a border checkpoint where I get stopped, then explain to me why you think it's a border if you think a border is only defined by said restriction.
I never said only defined.
That's what you brought up.
Only defined?
That seems like what you brought up.
Only defined? Did I say only defined?
Well, you said that you couldn't have borders without there being a restriction.
Defined, did I?
That seemingly was the argument.
I said that you need to have control in order for it to be a border. I never said only defined, right?
No, you don't. Again, because if it is the case that
you need to have
believe that there's border between states, you believe there are borders between states,
or it's not a border. If you can't control it, it's not a border.
There's no restriction between states, yet there is still a border.
There are restrictions between states because when you pass into one state, guess what happens is the second you set foot over there, you're subject to their laws, their law enforcement.
But there's no border restriction. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't get deported. You don't get deported.
The second, all right. So, have you ever carried a firearm between two different states?
Oh, you're saying that if there's difference in the laws,
I'm not
disputing. Dude, I am not disputing that there are different laws between states.
I'm just saying that there's no restriction. If when someone passes,
by the way, if we
and they carry a firearm into your state,
under the Biden-Harris administration,
border, if you say
under the Biden-Harris administration, if someone came into our country, they would be subject to the U.S.'s laws, even if there was no restriction on the border, like you're claiming, which there was, by the way. They still would be subject to U.S. laws. Therefore, under your view, there was a border.
Do you have control over the border?
Okay, so you've now moved the goalpost from there not being a border at all to there being a border, but they just don't have your satisfactory level of restrictions.
Two different things going on here. Yes, there's two different things going on here, right? So we have a border. There should be control over a border, and when you enter into a country, you should be subject to their laws. So yes, you should have some type of control over who enters into your state or your country. You should have some control over who enters into your area.
Can I ask you a question?
And there should be laws that are enforceable to you.
Would you let someone legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Would I let someone, if they were held legally liable, like criminally liable?
Yeah, if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse,
Civilly,
would you let them legally enter the country?
Sued with a, no, if they didn't have a criminal history, then they're fine.
Okay, so if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you would let them legally enter the country.
Yeah, if they don't have a criminal history, that's fine.
So if someone was held civilly liable for murder, would you let them legally enter the country?
If they don't have a criminal history, it's all good. See, I know what you're doing here. You're playing a stupid word game.
By the way, you have an issue with undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
No, you're playing a dumb word game.
But you do have an issue, you don't have an issue with people in the country who have been held civilly liable of sexually abusing people and murdering people. But if someone was in the country undocumented,
for that,
I can't even finish my statement.
It's held civilly.
Yeah, I understand.
So you're trying to create these gotcha moments that are based on a fallacy.
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead, finish.
Okay, so you think that there's such an issue with people who are in the country who specifically have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, who are just in the country undocumented, right? And they need to be deported, and there's a huge issue with that. But you would let them legally into the country if they literally were held civilly liable of sexually abusing or murdering people. Now, I wanted to tell you this one thing. You know there are undocumented immigrants in the country who literally have a civil violation, not a criminal violation. You know that, right? Because if you come into the country legally and then you overstay a visa, for example, you are in the country undocumented. And when I mean that, you're in the country illegally, right? And that means that, and even so you are, that's a civil violation, not a criminal violation, because you didn't come into the country unlawfully. You came into the country through a legal process.
What should the country have? What should the country be allowed to do as a recourse?
So then, answer this question.
Overstaying your visa.
Do you think people who overstaying a visa should be allowed to stay in the country because it's a civil violation?
I asked you this first, sir.
Listen. Do you think they should be allowed to stay in the country because it's a civil violation and not a criminal violation?
Well, no. If you come into a country, all right, listen. If I come into a country and I say, hey, country, I want to come visit you. I'm going to stay there for 6 months. And I come there and I stay for 6 months and then I stay for another 5 months after that. Do you think the country should be allowed to send me back?
Wait, but this is a civil violation. It's not a criminal violation.
Should. Do you think the country should be allowed to send me back? Answer the question. Answer the question. You've asked me to answer your question.
It's a civil violation and not a criminal violation.
You're using this to pivot. The question multiple times.
And you're using this to pivot because you're crashing out. You are crashing out right now. You are crashing out.
You've done this to me multiple times at this point. Do you think the country should be allowed to send me back? Of course they should. Anybody with a brain would agree that if you come into a country, I say, hey, listen, I'm going to stay here for 6 months. And then I stay for 6 months, and now I'm here for another 6 months. Do you think the country has the right to send me back home? Of course.
Well, I think that in this scenario, I would provide a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
What do you mean a pathway to citizen? You came in as a visitor.
Dude, he's so mad. Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm not even mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying you come in as a visitor. And you say, I'm going to stay for 6 months.
Dude,
and now you're saying
I honestly don't care. I genuinely hey dude, I thought you don't care about civil violations. I thought you only care about criminal violations. If they overstay a visa, that's a civil violation, honestly, not a criminal.
If you went to Mexico, and you said, hey, I want to come for 6 months. You stayed for a year and they sent you home. Are you going to throw a bitch fit about it? Of course not.
What? Say that again?
if you went to Mexico, you got a visa, or you went to any other country, got a visa, said you were going to stay for 6 months, and you stayed for 6 months, then you stayed for another 6 months, they sent you back to the U.S., would you throw a bitch fit about it? No, of course. You
So
would not, because
wait, wait, listen,
you of course would
listen.
expect to be
Hey, dude.
sent back.
Hey, dude, I know you're crashing out, but I'm just telling you what I think the legal process should look like in this country. And if people have violated a law in that respect, I don't really care. Right? To be totally honest with you, I want to change the legal process. I want to make it quicker. And if the process wasn't that quick, right, I would like to make it quicker for them, and that's what incentivizes them to come into the country undocumented.
Sure.
So make the legal process quicker, and it won't.
let me
It
ask
will
you a
ensure that
clarifying
people don't
question.
go through the process undocumented and don't violate the law when trying to come to the country as much, which will
Well,
allow
I
for
would
law
agree with that as
enforcement to
well.
focus on those that actually have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a
I
threat to the
agree
safety
with
and
you there.
security of our community, rather than focusing on those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
I would totally agree with you with what you just said. I would totally agree with you there. That the
Okay, well then you
process
don't
definitely
agree with
needs to be
Trump's position on
overhauled.
immigration. Immigration cannot be a reason why you support Trump then.
No, it can be because unfortunately we've had a wait, do you honestly think that Biden did what was in the best interest of the country over the last term, and in that he basically sent an open invitation, opened up the borders, and allowed anybody to come, whether it be through a
That's just not what's
quasi
happened.
legal
I'm sorry,
system?
you're just making
I
this
mean,
up.
it is
No,
what
you're not.
happened.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
what happened.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
was
not.
a
There
quasi
was
legal system
deportations.
where there was
Listen,
a
you're just wrong. Actually, go ahead.
okay. All right.
Spew your
So
bullshit.
if that were the case, where say you had a president that abused the system and opened basically an open invitation and opened the borders to anyone that wanted to come in, and all you had to do when you came in is say, asylum seeker. All you have to do, you can come through any port. You don't have to come through a port of entry. You can come here illegally, and all you have to do is say, I'm here for asylum purposes. Like I have friends that willingly came here illegally. They got here, they talked to lawyers, and the lawyers told them, well, if you want to stay here for the longest amount of time, you need to claim asylum. You don't have an asylum
Wait,
claim
hold up.
case.
You did not just say that you have
But
friends who are undocumented. Would you have advocated for them to be
yes,
deported?
do I think they should be here? No, they came here illegally, but they're still my friends. They came here illegally.
You're insane, dude. Why do you want to deport your
I'm
friends?
not insane.
Why would you know? Seriously, why
They're
the
my
hell would you want to
friends.
deport your friends?
They're
That's
my
a fucking
friends
that
because
is an
they're good.
unhinged take. That is an unhinged
They're
take
my
to say that you want to
friend.
deport your friends.
How is that unhinged? How is it unhinged?
They're your
that
friends.
I know people.
What do you mean?
Yes, but they don't. They
What the
didn't
fuck?
come here
Do you-
illegally. They don't
so?
have the right to stay
Who
here.
gives a shit? If your friends
What do you
fucking
mean, who
jaywalked,
gives
wait,
a
wait,
shit?
I'm
What
sorry.
kind
If
of
your friends
argument is who
wait,
gives
I'm
a
asking this
shit?
question. If your friends jaywalked and it wasn't a threat to anyone's safety or security, do you think that they should get a fine?
If they that's kind of a loaded question.
I'm just asking you. Do you think that they should get a fine?
I mean, in the same sense that if I'm speeding and no one's around, should I get a fine?
I'm asking you the question.
Exactly, and I throw it right back to
Can
you in
you
the
answer?
form of a
Can
question.
you answer this
If
question?
I'm,
If someone
I'm going
jaywalks,
140 down the
Jesus
highway and there's
Christ,
no one
dude.
on the highway, should I
Dude,
get a fine?
it's impossible to get him to answer your question. Like I'm
No,
asking you
no.
one
What I'm
specific
saying,
question, you can't even answer it, dude.
yeah, because you're trying to get me into these stupid little gotcha moments where you can say, well, if that's the
You
case,
get yourself.
then blah, blah, blah,
It
blah.
shouldn't get you if you're smart.
First of all, number one, I never claimed to be smart.
Well,
That is never one thing I've ever claimed.
okay. Well, I mean, I don't
What
know.
I'm saying is, yes, I do
You can
have
you can
friends
die on that
have
hill
been
that you don't
advised-
consider yourself smart. Go ahead, do
Yeah,
that
I
one.
don't consider myself to be smart, but I do
Alrighty.
have friends that have come here illegally, and they have been advised by lawyers to, hey, listen, you don't have an
Is this
asylum claim.
one of those
but
not
if
smart
you
things you're
please-
saying?
Hang on.
Is this one of those
No,
not
this
smart
is
things
what-
you're saying
this
right
is what
now?
our attorneys within our country are advising illegals to claim.
Undocumented
Say, you don't
immigrants,
have
yeah.
an asylum claim.
You would deport
But
your
if
friends.
you're an
Dude. That's crazy.
undocumented person, but if you're an
You,
undocumented
no, you're just
person,
a bad
all you have
friend.
to do
Wait, I'm
is
sorry.
claim
You're a bad
asylum,
friend.
claim
You are
asylum,
a
and you can
bad
stay
friend.
for 2 or 3 extra years. So
Dude.
the court system is so backed up right now that as an attorney, I'm advising you to claim asylum because you will be allowed to take
But
advantage
dude,
of
it's your
America's
friends.
resources
It
for
is
2
your
to 3
friends,
extra
bro.
years.
I'm sorry. You sound like a bad friend. You
I
want your
can-
friends to
I
be
can
kicked out of the
still be-
country. How the fuck are they supposed to be your friend?
Wait, all my friends have to live in the country. What planet do you live
No,
on that
I'm
you
just
only have friends in this country?
dude, I'm saying, are you gonna like physically? Well,
Yeah,
obviously you
what
can be friends.
planet do
Hey,
you live on
listen,
that you think you can only
hey,
be friends
listen.
with somebody?
I'm not saying you can't have friends on the internet. I obviously have friends on the internet. Jesus Christ. The claim that I'm making is that literally, if you deport them, they probably won't want to be friends with you any longer. If you advocated for them to
I'm
be
not
deported,
deporting
I don't
anyone.
think they would want to be friends with you. That's the point that I'm
I'm
making.
not deporting anyone. The
You
law
just
is
you
what
just said
dictates
that they
whether or
should be
not we
deported.
enforce.
Wait, you're supporting
Yes,
them being deported.
my opinion on their stance and their legality and
Wait,
whether or not they should be allowed to stay or here or not
have you
is
told the
one
police on
thing.
them? Have
And
you told law enforcement on
I'm
them?
not advocating one way or the other for that whatsoever. They are part of a legal process. And unfortunately, the legal process, the lawyers that they hired, even though the lawyers know that they don't have an asylum claim, have still advised them and said to them, even though there's no chance you're going to have this approved, you should still file an asylum claim because that'll give you 2.5 years in the country on average, and you can take advantage of the system for 2.5 years. That's a problem.
Well, I just want to know the legal process takes too long because of the fact that people were not supporting the bipartisan border bill that would have made that process go quicker. Secondly, you have to get through a credible fear interview. This idea that you have in your head that there is no basis, right? And people can just literally, when their expedited removal applies to them, they have no basis for this, uh, uh, for saying that in an asylum claim they can just claim it. You have to pass a credible fear interview in order to be able to be allowed to stay. If you don't pass that
That
interview,
wasn't the case under
you
the
wouldn't
Biden
be.
administration.
It was.
No, it wasn't.
It
Because
was.
I talked to individuals that went through this process, and it wasn't the case for them.
Okay. Well, what has changed about the asylum process under the Trump administration that would have affected that?
They're attempting to enforce the laws. Not saying they're enforcing them, but there is you can do
What
you
law
honestly not
changed?
think
What law
do you
changed?
not no, there's no laws that have changed, right? So Biden proved that you don't need to change the law. And Trump proved this when he said you don't need to change the law. All you need is actually a new president that enforces what we got currently, right? That was part of his uh, State of the Union address.
Okay. So you
You
understand
remember
that
that?
like
He's like,
you under
we don't need new laws. We don't need a new Congress. We don't need any of that shit. All we need is a new president that actually enforces what we got. He said that shit in front of the whole country. And guess what we have at the border? We have historically low numbers. We have a total dichotomy of crossings
By
and
the way,
encounters
that's
at the
not
border.
necessarily a good
It's
thing.
like
I think immigration is beneficial
it's
to our society. I want there to be more legal
what do you
immigration, and I think
mean?
our current system takes too long
Yeah,
for people to get in
legal.
the country. And I would like to
I
take the money that
agree.
they're using and funding into
Yeah, we're on the
militarizing.
same
Listen,
page there.
militarizing ICE and put that into make the legal process go quicker. So that's what I advocate for. That's not what Republicans advocate for. Democrats
We're
consistently
on the
advocate to
same
make this
page
system go quicker.
in the sense that you're in the favor of increasing the efficiency of the immigration process. I totally agree with you. Yeah, it's inefficient, just like every other government function that's ever existed. They're all inefficient. Should it be more efficient? Yes. However, it is what we have, and it is like outside of enforcing our laws and enforcing our board, like we saw what happened over the previous 4 years, where you had tens of like maybe not tens of millions, but up to like 10 million people coming into the country illegally, undocumented, and through systems outside of the normal scope of the intended purposes of law, right? So if you
Okay.
got 10 million people coming
The 10
through
million
the
number is a
border outside
misnomer.
of the
The
normal
max number
scope,
you could possibly provide is 7. If you want to reference,
okay, even if
wait,
it's
hold up, stop,
seven,
because again, there's 14 million people, 11 to 14 million people in the country undocumented. There is not that
wait,
much of
so
an increase in terms of there's a few million people probably that there was an increase in terms of the population in terms of undocumented immigrants. The idea that you said there were 10 million is ridiculous when 14 million undocumented immigrants, right, are in the country total maximum in terms of right plenty of different analyses.
okay, so what number of illegal immigrants are you, or what undocumented? I'm not trying to offend you. Undocumented immigrants came across in the Biden administration in your mind?
I would say a few million, right? Probably, right?
So like
Maximum you could
five?
say is seven, probably or less than.
Okay, five to seven. Okay. So even still, if you have 5 to 7 million people that basically, all right, so I will grant you this. I will grant you this, that there was an unspoken invitation by some, not even some politicians,
There was no
by
invitation.
some, yeah, hang on, let me just finish this. There was an unspoken notion that you weren't going to get in trouble, and there was basically an open door that
No, there
was
wasn't.
perceived.
That was for right wing individuals. That was a literal
No, it
propagandistic
was
narrative.
perceived. No, it was perceived by the people, because I was down in South America at the time that this was happening, and having conversations with people down there, and I had conversations with people that were like wanting to come to the US,
How
and
about
the
this? How
people
about
that
this?
were.
How about you stop trying to convince people that the border is open because that's just a political narrative that was being enforced by the Trump administration, and because people are talking about that political narrative spreads, that does not mean that that's actually the case, that
What do
it's
you
happening, that the
mean?
border
What
is
do you
open, that there's
mean? You
no
said there was
restrictions.
5 million
It just
people in
means
four
that
four
Donald
years.
Trump
You
was
said
engaging
five
in
to
rhetoric
seven in four
talking about the
years.
border being open under the Trump administration, and there were
You
a lot of
said
people that
five
believed him. He's not
to seven
listening.
in 4 years.
Listen, hey dude, if I'm gonna have a conversation with you, right, and I'm gonna listen to you, I want you to listen to me as well. You're not listening. You're not
Gotcha.
engaging with what I have to say right now. Please do so.
Go ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead. You finish your
I
point.
am engaging. I'm saying, what do you mean by that? Because you said 5 to 7 in 4 years. So how do you sit there and say that that's not the case, and refute what I'm saying,
That doesn't
that
mean
it
the
wasn't
border
the
was
case, that
open.
there was an open.
Wait, there being
So
undocumented immigrants that came to the country does not mean that the border was open.
5 to 7. How many came in this year?
I mean, I don't know the specific number on this year.
Is it like proportionally equivalent, or
Well,
is it
obviously, I
a
don't think it's
minute
near the same, but
fraction?
I do think that the policy that the Trump administration
Okay, so
engaged
so
in, I think, is bad, and I also don't think that
so
a
what law
reduction. I don't.
changed?
I don't
What
think a
law
redu-
changed? What
Listen,
law changed?
I don't
What
think a
law
I
changed?
don't
This is
think a,
what you asked me over and over. What law changed?
that specifically led to this. I was going to explain right now if you actually listen. So I do think
So
that
no
the Trump.
law?
Telling you right now, do you know executive orders specifically applying to
Oh,
the
executive order.
asylum
So no
process,
law. It
right,
was
have
just an
changed?
executive order.
It's
No law
it's
changed.
changed how the
So
law
what law
is in.
changed? This is
It's
what you did to me when I
Hey, dude.
first got on here. What
Hey, dude.
law changed?
You could actually point to a change in the actual enforcement of the law. I can point to that. I can give you explicit
I pointed to
interpretations
that from
from
the
the own Trump
beginning with you,
administration that claim
bro.
that. There's no claim from the Biden administration that they completely had the border open. Okay, I'm getting from internal sources from the Trump
No, we
administration
didn't need a
these
claim. We
particular
had
claims about the
eyes.
policy. What?
We all had eyes. We didn't need a claim. We all had eyes. We opened them. We watched what was happening. We
Yeah,
saw it.
I'm sorry.
We
You
could see it
you
with our own eyes. We
were you
didn't
just
need a
like sitting
claim
at the
from the
border and watching the
administration.
border or something? What were you
From
doing?
We didn't need a claim from Biden that was asleep at the wheel, that was saying, "Oh, we're
Just
going
like
to
making
change
up
this policy to
propagandistic
let
narratives.
everybody in here."
Donald Trump is the one who
No,
fell
it's not
asleep.
propaganda
Donald
scenarios.
Donald
It's
Trump has
literally,
literally fallen asleep.
yes, Donald Trump is the one who fell asleep. Stick to that narrative. See how well that suits you.
I mean, he
I
did.
saw the video that you saw. I saw the video. And
I
Joe
mean, he
Biden
did.
shook hands with ghosts. Is this what we're doing?
You understand that Trump specifically said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won. He said
Trump
that
has
we should
said
look
the
into. He
stupidest
said we
shit
should.
you've ever heard in your
Yeah,
life.
I mean, he said we should look into
Yeah,
disinfectant
no,
by
I'll agree with you
injection.
there.
He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Now, could you name any of these quotes that are applicable to Kamala Harris? Because that was who the
He did
candidate
not
was.
say we should look into. He did not.
You want me to play the clip?
If you give it a little bit more content, play the clip. But yeah, he was like, it's not even worth something to defend him on, because basically it was like, oh, well, Clorox can fill this shit. Maybe if we get Clorox inside the body somehow. Like, if you're a supporter of Trump,
Be very interesting. So, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, and through the skin or
ultra.
in some other way, And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Which you can do either through
You're
the
gonna
skin
test
or.
it?
No, I think
And
it's
is there a
done.
way we can do something
Oh, here we go.
1 minute and is it where it knocks it out in a minute? And then
So
I
he's
see the
literally
disinfectant
spitballing.
where it knocks it out. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out.
Yeah, he's
In a minute.
spitballing with
Can you
the
shut the
doctor right there
dude? Be
at
quiet.
the press conference.
Hey, listen. Be quiet. I'm muting you because you're a child, dude.
Disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that so that you're going to.
Okay, that's
So he
him
asked the
literally
question,
saying
is
verbatim
there
what
a
I said.
way we can- Is there no? That's not what you said.
That is
He asked the
verbatim what I
question,
said.
Is there? No, he said, "Is there a way we can do that?"
Yeah, he said we should look into
Asked
disinfectant
his
by injection to fight
medical-
COVID-19.
Asked his
That is
medical
that is literally what I
professional,
said.
Is there a way we can do that? Is
Yeah.
there a way that we can?
He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. That's what I said.
There's not a problem with asking a medical professional if there's a way that
You can inject disinfectant to fight COVID-19? I'm sorry, if Joe Biden said this, you guys would be acknowledging this is insane. Come on. Stop. Stop.
Is this really what you're reduced to?
Me just saying that, like, you should hold yourself to the same intellectual standard that you hold Biden to?
What intellectual? Please explain to me any intellectual standard which I have held Biden to this point. Please go ahead.
Were you just trying to call him out for his intellectual abilities under the Biden-Harris or under the
I
Biden-Harris
just
administration?
called him out
Didn't
for
you say
shaking
that?
the hands of a ghost. Yes,
No,
I called him out for
that's
shaking
not
the
the
hand of a
only
ghost.
thing you've said in this conversation, but that's sure.
And I also called him out for giving an implied invitation to people to come into the country, which I believe is absolutely factually true.
Yeah, and you said that he wasn't actually in
the
the
only
office and
two
that he was
claims.
sleepy. Wait, you said he wasn't actually in the office. He was
Yes.
sleepy and he fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like,
Did you
don't sit there.
witness the last 4
you are
years?
literally-
Are you going to sit here?
He just backtracked and then now he's moving the goalpost and he's like, "Did you watch the last 4 years?"
Gaslight? Are you going to gaslight and
I'm not going to dispute that Joe Biden has had cognitive decline, but I will acknowledge the idea that, one, it was overblown by you guys. Two, right, the last candidate was Harris, not Biden, if your memory is apparently not working.
like honestly, bro? I literally pointed out 3 things that were true about Biden that you're not even going to dispute any of them, and then you're going to sit here and pretend like I'm doing the same shit about Trump to you?
What? Are you even able to, like, comprehend what I'm telling you?
You didn't even dispute any of the shit that I said about Biden. You literally just acknowledged all the shit that I pointed up, the 3 things that I said about Biden, and you're like, yeah.
Okay.
You literally rigged me.
I said I do acknowledge that Joe Biden has had cognitive decline, but what you have to acknowledge is that Donald Trump not only has had that cognitive decline, but also the last candidate was Harris, okay? Not Biden. So you're reaching back to
Yes.
the candidate prior to the last one, rather than point to the last candidate, because you're trying to
because
make
she
your
wasn't in
position.
charge,
Can I please
sir.
finish?
Biden was.
Oh, so now Biden's in charge? I thought you just said he wasn't. I thought you just said he
Wait.
was sleepy and that he wasn't in charge at all.
Well, he was definitely sleepy. So okay, so
Wait,
you're
wait,
saying,
but you were trying to say that he wasn't
you
in
now
charge though
admitting-
earlier,
alright,
but now
are
you're
you-
claiming
are
he
you-
is in charge.
are
You just got yourself
Wait,
there, buddy.
I never said that he wasn't in charge. I
Play it
never
back.
claimed he wasn't
Play
in
it back.
charge.
Play it back.
Go
Play
ahead.
it back.
Go ahead, play it back. Play it back. Please play it back. I'll wait. I never
Okay.
said he wasn't in charge. Go ahead.
Let's go back a few minutes. You said something very
Go ahead.
similar. I do remember that.
No, I didn't say he wasn't in charge. I never made that claim
No,
whatsoever. Really, what you're reduced to?
Me just saying that, like, you should hold yourself to the same intellectual.
Said.
That is
He asked the
verbatim what I
question,
said.
Is there?
Hey, listen.
Play the clip. This is
It's
what
shit.
you did to me when I
Hey, dude.
first got on here. What
Hey, dude.
law changed?
You could actually point to. All right,
We
you
could see it with our own eyes. We
were you
didn't
just
need a
like sitting
claim
at the
from
border and watching the
administration
border or something? What were you
from-
doing?
We didn't need You a can do it claim all from night. It's not Biden there. That was asleep at the wheel that was saying, "Oh, we're
Just
going
like
to
making
change
up
this policy to
propagandistic
let
narratives.
everybody in here."
Donald Trump is the one who
No,
fell
it's not
asleep.
propaganda scenarios.
Donald
It's
Trump has literally fallen asleep.
yes, Donald Trump is the one who fell asleep. Stick to that narrative. See how well that suits you.
I mean, he did.
I saw the video that you saw. I saw the video, and
I
Joe
mean, he
Biden
did.
shook hands with ghosts. Is this what we're doing?
You understand that Trump specifically said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won. He said
Trump
that
has
we should
said
look
the
into. He
stupidest
said we
shit
should.
you've ever heard in your
Yeah,
life.
I mean, he said we should look into
Yeah,
disinfectant
no,
by
I'll agree with
injection.
you there.
He said we should look into disinfectant by injection. If I'll just say that I didn't.
I
say
didn't
that.
say that.
You did, or you didn't say that.
Yeah, no, I did not.
Okay.
I think we agree on a lot of shit. The first thing that I think that we agree on is the fact that the immigration policy needs to be reformed. We would agree on that. There needs to be a faster way for people to apply for immigration status and get access to the United States. We also need to stop this abuse that has taken place in the immigration process that we've all witnessed for the past like literally decade to 20 years plus. I mean, I can only speak for how long I've been an adult, but for as long as I've been an adult, there's been an abuse of the system. And unfortunately, in the last 4 years, the abuse of the system has been manifest in a way that's been unprecedented
Hey, can I
in
ask you a
any
question?
time in my lifetime.
Yeah. How
Go
is
ahead.
an undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime harming you?
I mean, that seems kind of like a naive question because if you come in here and you're not documented, that means that you're how are you gaining employment if you come in here and you're not documented?
I'm asking a question. Name one way that an undocumented immigrant that has not
Right.
committed a violent crime or
I'm
bad
trying
crime
to
harms
roll
you.
out this line of thought. I'm trying to roll out this line of thought. So if you come into the United States, if you're not documented, it means you're not allowed to work, right?
It means you'll work
Right?
under the table.
So it means you're going to work illegally,
Yeah.
right? You're not going to work for protections that so people are going to be taking advantage of other people. It's kind of like the sex trade, like or smex trade. If you're working in the smex trade, there are reasons that we have laws about this kind of thing so people don't get taken advantage of because it's an industry where people can very easily be taken advantage of. And it's the same thing with the undocumented workforce in this country. There are unfortunately a lot of people in this country that take advantage of that situation. So like if you can't work here legally, that means you are subject to be preyed upon. Not only that, you're also taking away lawful citizens' jobs that would otherwise be employed if they couldn't be undercut by undocumented immigrants, right?
Okay, two things. One, the only way that you actually named the undocumented immigrants could be harming you is you said taking away jobs, which there's no economic basis for their quote unquote taking away jobs because not only do they provide
What do
supply.
you?
Listen, can I please finish without you cutting me off? I let you speak.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So,
You're-
there's no basis for like them taking away your jobs from any economic perspective. They not only do they provide supply, but also demand, which also incentivizes the increased amount of jobs that would exist in order to be able to meet that level of demand. So if you want to be able to ensure that that happens to a greater extent, given that their presence is here, well, you'd provide them legal pathway because then they wouldn't be able to be preyed on by greedy capitalists that want to exploit them specifically for their below market wages, right? And right, they will specifically have the be able to accept the higher wage, right? And they wouldn't put downward pressure, right, in terms of wages in the market. So if you want to get rid of the negative impacts that there would be specifically within that respect, well, then you should reduce the burdens for them to be able to get legal immigration. Give
So
them
are you
amnesty.
saying that them coming here and working illegally doesn't, or working undocumented doesn't take away opportunities from someone else?
No, I don't think it takes away opportunities.
Do you think? All right. So you think there's an infinite amount of opportunities within the United States?
No, I don't think that there's an infinite amount of opportunities, but I do
Okay.
think
So
that
if there
like they
is,
add
if
to
there
the
is a
level of
fine,
opportunity.
hang on.
I think immigrants as a
Hang
whole
on. Let me
add to the
finish
level of
this thought.
opportunities within our economy.
Let me finish. Let me finish this thought. If there's a
I mean, you asked me
finite
a question, I'm
amount
going to
of
answer.
yeah. So if there's a finite amount of opportunities, it's not infinite, right? It's finite.
Yeah.
So if you have people that are coming that are willing to work for no benefits and willing to be subjugated for the purpose of getting work, willing to take unfair, illegal practices as their employer, do you think that's good for all other Americans?
I think it's preferable if they were given a legal pathway to citizenship, but I do think that their presence in the
I would
market
agree.
is not negatively impacting any American citizen.
Of course, it's negatively. Of course, it
In what
is.
way?
Of course, it is. What do you mean? In what way? Because
In what
of
way?
course, if I can go out to the marketplace and I know that I have 50,000 illegal immigrants that I can hire for half the cost, why would I go out and hire legally?
Okay, do you think most employers are hiring undocumented immigrants? And one, you understand that there are risks with
A lot are.
hiring.
A lot are.
Yeah,
Yes.
you understand that people don't want to engage in illegal actions.
Right.
I know that Donald Trump would engage in illegal actions for
Well,
his
who's
business,
hiring these people?
but
Who's hiring these people?
it depends
Exactly.
on the
So
context.
your argument is moot right there.
How?
Who's
How is
hiring
the
these people?
argument
Of course,
moot?
people are hiring them. Who's hiring these people? Of
I
course,
never said
people
that
are
no
hiring
one
them.
hires them. I'm just saying that, like, not
Yeah,
specifically
of
every
course they're being
person.
hired.
No, I'm not saying every person
Okay,
is.
so it's
Can
not
you
going to be
please let me
everyone.
speak?
I never said.
You are so insufferable to talk to. Right? I'm not saying every single person. I'm just saying that it is the case that, like, we would see this at least more widespread if we didn't take into the account in terms of the hypothesis that people specifically don't want to commit crimes for their businesses.
But you asked for the harm on society. Of course, there's going to be harm on
What's
society
the harm?
when I as a business owner have the choice between hiring
So
an
is that a is that
American, which
a
I have to pay
is
more.
is that the business owner's fault or the undocumented immigrant?
Wait, so now we're pointing to the blame. We're not asking where the harm is anymore. So you
No,
acknowledge the
I'm
harm?
asking. No, I don't acknowledge. I'm just asking
You
you from your
acknowledge
own
the harm?
perspective. I'm just
Okay.
acknowledging you
Well,
from your own perspective. No, I don't.
you can't ask whose fault it is if you can't acknowledge the harm.
No. I'm just saying from your own perspective.
You
Jesus
can't ask
Christ, are you
whose
are
fault
you
it
not able to
is.
hear the words that I'm saying to you? I'm saying under your own
I
perspective.
do hear. You're
Okay.
saying whose fault is it?
Yeah.
And
If you
I'm
can,
saying, do you acknowledge that there is harm to be at fault? You can't
dude,
say whose
how many
fault is
times
it
do I have
going
to
to
say this?
be if you can't acknowledge there's harm.
Hey, dude, I'm talking about fault under your own perspective, not mine. It's from an internal critique perspective. I'm sorry that you can't comprehend that that's what I'm doing here.
Wait, so you, under my perspective, you don't acknowledge the fact that there is harm caused by someone going out and undercutting the market and saying, I'm going
No.
to hire these people that are illegal, that everybody else
Wait,
that
wait.
cares to follow
There,
the
there would be
law
something wrong.
has
There'd be
to.
there'd be something wrong on behalf of the business owner because they're exploiting someone. I don't think there's anything wrong on behalf of the undocumented immigrant. Does that make sense?
But is there harm? Is there harm? Because
No.
everybody that
Not
follows the
on the
law,
undocumented immigrant,
everybody
but
that
not on our
follows the
society.
law,
Hey, the undocumented
everybody that
immigrant,
follows the law,
the undocumented immigrant would be harmed by that, not the society as a
but
whole.
everybody that
Citizens are
follows
not
the
harmed by
law
that.
is at a disadvantage. Everybody that
How are
follows the
you as
law
a
is at a
citizen? How are
disadvantage.
you as a citizen harmed by that?
Because I'm following the law, I'm at a disadvantage. You have to
How
follow the
so?
law when you hire me, but
Wait,
you don't
you
have to
so
follow the
then
law when you hire this other person that you can pay half as much as you want to pay me.
I
You don't
don't.
have to give me benefits. You don't have to pay for my healthcare. You don't have to pay for any. You can take advantage of me if I'm an undocumented person.
You understand that? But wait, you can do
The
that to
harm
U.S.
comes
citizens, and it's
when you hire
also
me.
illegal.
When you hire me, you.
In both scenarios, it would be illegal, even if they were a U.S. citizen. So,
What are you
what's your
talking
point,
about?
man?
No, of course. What are you talking about? No. If you hire me and you have to give me more than you hire an undocumented person, and you're not giving them because you're just advocating for this situation where you think it's okay for all these people to come here undocumented and work and live. You can't
Well,
distinguish the
I don't
fact
think I
between
don't think they would hire you because you'd be
you're
less
making this
productive.
very thin, you're making this very thin distinction between like the fact that they can come here, they can exist here, but like how do they exist here without working? Of course, if they're going to be here, they're going to have to work. And if they're going to be here and be working, they're going to have to taking jobs that other people that are American citizens would otherwise take. That that otherwise American legal businesses would have to pay
That's
certain
not
wages to,
necessarily true,
and
by the
have
way.
to pay certain
And also,
benefits
again, you're not
to.
taking into account the increase in the level of demand for more people being here, which causes an upward pressure on prices, which causes more jobs to exist. You don't even have any economic
Yeah,
perspective to say
upward
that it
pressure
reduces
on.
employment. By the way, do you think legal immigration, right, takes away jobs from American citizens?
Do I think it takes away jobs?
Yeah.
Um, Not necessarily takes away jobs as a blanket statement. No, not
Wait,
necessarily
why
as a
not? But
blanket
there's more
statement.
people who are in the labor market, right? Like if someone has a
Right.
work visa, there's more
So
people in the labor market.
I would say,
They're accepting jobs. How come you don't think
but
that takes away jobs and steals jobs?
right, because I agree with you in the sense that the more people that you have here, the more jobs that you have, and the more the demand that you have.
Oh, yo,
Is that funny?
you just cooked yourself with my argument.
No, I'm agreeing with you in the
You
sense
literally
that like
just cooked
the more
yourself with
net
my argument.
the more net people that you have here, the more demand for jobs you're going to have. I'm recognizing that that is a thing. However, what I'm pointing out is the fact that you not being able to distinguish between jobs that are sanctioned by the government and jobs that are unsanctioned by the government and illegal workers are two totally different things.
Yeah, but how does one have a negative impact in terms of the economy, right? Oh, it steals jobs, but not the other one.
Because you're going to have, all right, so if I'm an employer and I'm looking at you, Jose, and I'm looking at him,
Why'd you say
Frank.
Jose? You understand undocumented immigrants can be from anywhere around the entire world and can have any
Sure. So
particular background? Why are you making a prescription that their name is Jose?
you can choose whichever name you want to put in there.
Yeah, but like that to me sounds like you were coding this.
You can choose to think that I'm coding or whatever you want, and you can get stuck up on any type of detail that you want.
Why not? Why
But
not Steve?
when
Why not
I'm an
Steve? Hey,
employer,
why not Steve?
sure, if you want to say Steve, go ahead with Steve. I don't give a
Or
shit.
what about
But
Phil or Steve or Phil? Can we do that?
so you just don't actually want to hear the point?
Go ahead, make your point.
All right. So what are you, Steve, Phil, Jose?
Steve.
All right. So you,
Jesus
Steve,
Christ, dude.
if I get to choose to hire you, Steve, an undocumented immigrant, right? And I get to choose whether or not I want to hire Phil over here. That was kudos to you. Thank you for that name. And I have to pay one of you more than the other. Who am I going to choose to hire?
Okay, you're saying you're gonna pay pay for the
It
undocumented
wasn't
immigrant?
rhetorical. It wasn't rhetorical.
I just answered. You said you're gonna pay. You'd rather pay for the undocumented immigrant to do the labor comparative to the legal citizen, or the legal immigrant, because the legal immigrant accepts a higher
If
market.
you can hire
Are you
somebody
saying?
for $11
So you're
an hour,
saying? So then your argument is that legal immigrants would accept market wages, but undocumented immigrants would not accept market wages. So to me, it sounds like the conclusion to the argument you're providing is that you should just provide an undocumented immigrant a legal pathway to citizenship, right?
sure, if you
Because then
can, but we
this
don't have
whole
the ability to
idea
do
that you
that.
have that it's negatively impacting the economy will then dissipate and go away, and there will be no negative impact. They won't be stealing jobs
Wait, so
anymore if
you're
you give them amnesty. So then your idea that mass deportation would be the solution to said quote unquote problem would actually just be false. It would actually be mass amnesty.
if that were the only problem with the socioeconomic sphere of having mass immigration, then I
Okay,
may
so
agree with you.
what are
But
the
that's
other
not the only.
so then what's the other economic problem?
The another huge socioeconomic factor that we're witnessing today is assimilation.
What do you mean by quote
So,
unquote
like
assimilation?
countries are not just a geographical barrier; they're also a physical manifestation of an ideological barrier,
Wait, I'm sorry. I have a
right?
question.
So
I have
when
a
it comes
question. Wait,
to
wait. Do you think legal immigrants, right, or in undocumented immigrants have any difference in their ability to quote unquote assimilate?
Do not inherently, no.
Okay, so then why are you bringing this up as a problem specifically about undocumented immigration?
Because
As if you wouldn't think that
the
this problem would
reason,
also,
yeah,
from your view, also be present in legal immigrants. So to me, it sounds like you're actually
yeah.
making an
The
argument against
reason, well,
immigration as a
hang on.
whole, legal or
No,
illegal,
I'm not.
not just illegal
Let me
immigration.
explain why. Let me explain why. Because the reason it wouldn't be a problem with legal immigration is because we have a screening process that we're going through prior to the immigration process as opposed to an open border. So like when we get to choose, when we get to go through a selection process where we can weed out individuals that we don't think that would be beneficial to bring to the country. I don't know. Let's say, for example, like the Afghan that just shot an unalived
Well, I don't
the
know. I don't know
national.
why you the person, right? I don't know why you specifically just say like that. That's actually kind of just a diabolical way of referring to someone.
Why is it
No,
diabolical
no.
to
You
refer to
understand that
their
they got
nationality?
they were granted asylum, right, under the Trump administration. Did you know that?
Yeah, they were granted. Well, no, they were let in the country under the Biden administration.
Wait, say that one more time.
They were let in the country under the Biden
No,
administration.
I said that their legal status was accepted under the Trump administration. They're granted for asylum.
Sure, there was a lot of people that came into the country under the Biden
But they were granted
administration, and there
asylum
was
access by the Trump
millions.
administration. But they were granted asylum access by the Trump administration.
Yeah,
The
there were
Trump
so
administration
many
allowed them to
people
stay.
that the Trump administration couldn't even handle the amount of people. Like,
Yes,
did
they
you,
could.
like, honestly? Well, of course they couldn't. Of course they
Okay, so
couldn't. We
then
had
you're saying they're
your
doing
own
so
numbers. Your own numbers say
so
there
you
were.
just said that the Trump administration has done a bad job at the border.
Your own numbers said there were 7 million people. How do you expect the Trump
Wait,
administration?
are you saying the Trump administration could not prevent a T attack under your own view?
No, what I'm saying is, how do you expect the Trump administration to go back 4 years in time and fix all the mistakes of the Biden administration? He came in under the Biden administration. You want the Trump
He
administration to go
yeah.
back and revet all the
Yes.
people that Biden let
Yes.
in? Like,
Yes,
what
that
the fuck is
actually
wrong with you?
I'm sorry. You understand that like
Honestly, what
the
the fuck is
grant
wrong
for
with you? You
asylum.
want, you want
So are you saying that you don't want the Trump administration to overlook grant claims for asylum that happened under the
no, what
Biden-Harris
I'm
administration
saying
when you
is you
thought
can't.
the claims for asylum were being exploited? You don't think that the Trump administration should be vetting people who are in the country who you don't think got proper vetting before allowing them to stay in the
I'm
country?
saying that. I'm saying that. I'm not Trump. I'm saying that I don't think they got proper vetting. Whether or not Trump thinks that or not, or whether or not
Wait, were they giving proper vetting?
what type of what type of comfort
Wait, I'm
that
asking you this
he
question.
has
Were they given
vetting
proper vetting?
process.
Were they given proper
I
vetting?
don't know. I'm not
You don't
saying they're
know? So the
vetting
Trump
them.
administration has not created
Every
proper so the Trump administration has not created proper vetting for the asylum process?
dude, like, are you honestly trying to have a conversation, or is this just like a series of gotcha moments? Because like,
I mean, do you just like not have the ability to admit when you were wrong? You just have to say
what
it's a
part
gotcha
about what
moment in order to just like take away from the fact that you are wrong here?
What part about what I said was wrong?
What was I just saying? Did you hear anything I just said? Do you want me to I asked you about the vetting process, okay?
Yeah. So you're saying that Trump should have gone back basically and re-vetted 7 to 10 million people.
Oh, by the way, this is the asylum process, not I mean, how many million people do you think came through the asylum process? And yes, wouldn't you want them to vet people who are currently under a claim for
these are
asylum?
different questions.
Well, actually, wait, clarify.
These are two different questions.
This isn't someone who was approved. This is. Do you want the Trump administration to be looking over claims
Did you
for?
see?
Hey, dude, do you want the Trump
Sorry.
administration? Do you want
My
the Trump
apologies.
administration to be looking over claims for asylum, or do you not want them to be overlooking them?
I definitely want him to be looking at them. Yes.
Okay, so apparently under your view, he didn't do that because
Did you see?
they approved his status for asylum
I-
under the
Can I
Trump
ask you a
administration
question
in
real
April
quick before we go
2025.
further?
I would
Can I ask
really
you
hope
real
that
quick before
next
we
time
go
you try to
further?
ask a question, it wouldn't be in the middle of my sentence
Go
again.
any further?
You just
Well,
keep
no,
you don't even know what I'm saying.
I literally was trying to ask you a question after I answered your question. and I'm trying to ask you a question. Did you see where the secretary was asked about these individuals that came in from Afghanistan specifically in Congress? These interviews have been replayed over and over and over, where he was asked how many of these people got vetted, and he wasn't able to provide even a minutia of an answer to the American people.
No, I haven't seen
The
this.
Secretary of Homeland Security. It's like fucking laughable, dude. He was asked specifically from multiple Congress members, like how many of these people actually got vetted, and he
I like
just
how
sat
you're
there
is
with a
this just a
shit-eating
pivot?
grin on his
Wait,
face.
are you talking about you're
No,
talking
I'm
about under
just
Biden, right?
saying this is part of what this
What is this
administration is
pivot?
currently dealing with. It's not a
No,
pivot. It's
listen.
literally
This person, hey,
what
hey, dude. These aren't people that are approved for asylum. The person that we're referencing, right? They had a claim out for it, and it was being reviewed by the Trump administration.
No, this was well before. This was well before the Trump administration got in. Like this was
April
literally the secretary.
2025. April 2025 is
No,
not under the Trump
this was when
administration.
Biden was still in office.
So wait,
This was when
did
Biden was
Donald
still
Trump
in
auto
office. Is
pen?
what I'm referring
So
to.
hold up. Did Donald Trump auto pen the asylum?
I think we're talking around each other. I don't think we're
Wait,
on
so
the
can we
same.
call Trump auto pen now because he didn't know who he was granting asylum?
I don't think we're talking about the same thing, brother.
We are. We should be at least. Otherwise, you're not doing that. You're completely changing the topic.
What I'm saying is, well, maybe I'm changing the topic, but what I'm bringing up is about the fact that in the news recently there have been multiple instances of the Secretary of Homeland Security being interviewed under the Biden administration, where he was asked how many of these people that came into the United States from Afghanistan were actually vetted, and he was able to give jack shit bubkiss for an answer.
Hey, dude, this person worked with the CIA. They went through an extraordinary level of vetting comparative to the average person claiming asylum coming into our country. So not only did they go through an extraordinary level of vetting, but the Trump administration granted their asylum claim. You have no clue what you're talking about. You got a response to that one,
I'm
bud?
just no, I'm just enjoying your faces at this point.
Okay. Well, then you can keep enjoying my faces while I say thank you to some people who have gifted. Can we get some W's in the comment section right now for Brad for the $10? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for the $10 from Brad? Thank you so much. Winnie with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Winnie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I definitely will. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Winnie in the comment section right now? I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Winnie. W's for Winnie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Silver, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Earl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And Tony, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as I really appreciate it. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, literally though. And thank you as well for the $1. I really appreciate it. Chris, thank you for the $10. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. And for the $2 as well. Lawrence, thank you for the $1. Daniela, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, so, and thank you, Adam. I appreciate it as always. Good to see you. Alrighty. And for the fireworks, thank you, Adam. Please do. I really appreciate you as always then. Thank you. Ali, thank you for the heart signal as well. Okay, so why do you go back to what you were saying?
I'm just saying, your own Secretary of State, or I don't want to misspeak. I don't know if it was Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense, but your own secretary.
You're talking about under the Biden
I should probably look it up.
Are you going to repeat the same
Mayorkas.
point? Oh my God, bro.
You said go back to what I was saying.
No,
Do
but
you
don't
not want me
repeat.
to go back to what I was saying?
Don't repeat the same point that we've already heard and I've already responded to. Talk about something new. How about that?
You haven't responded to it.
I already did. What did I say? Do you know? Do you even remember?
You didn't respond to it.
Were you cutting me
You
off
didn't
when?
respond to it.
I didn't. Are you serious?
No, you didn't respond to it. You can play it back.
Chat, if you think I responded to it, type 3 in the comment section. If you think I didn't respond to it, type 4. Genuinely, I'm just curious.
What do you think the solution is? Amnesty?
I do believe in mass amnesty, yeah. For undocumented immigrants that have not committed
Okay.
a violent crime or bad crime, I think that would be great.
What do you
Yes,
think
thank
in
you, Ethan.
5? What do you think in 5 to 10 years? Is the solution amnesty again?
Well, I think that the solution would be a quicker pathway to citizenship alongside amnesty. So I think that there would be no need for amnesty if there's already that quicker pathway to citizenship. Amnesty
like,
might be needed if we
do
never
you
got that
do you
quicker pathway to citizenship.
here's something that we fundamentally probably disagree with. Do you think that there should be a need to assimilate into a culture when you come to the United
What
States?
do you mean by assimilate?
Assimilate meaning take so like part of the assimilation process when you get citizenship is you renounce all sovereignty to any other allegiances that you have. You say, hey, listen, I know I came from Colombia, I know I came from Venezuela, but I don't have any allegiance to them. I don't care
What?
about them
I think that's absurd.
anymore. Well, that's part of your oath of citizenship.
I don't think that should be, if it is.
What do you mean? You've never read the oath of citizenship? Bring that shit up and read it out loud, right here for everybody to read.
I'm good. Do you
Yeah,
think people should
bring
be able
that
to have
shit
dual
up because
citizenship?
bring that shit up because when you swear, when
Do
you
think-
become a
do you think
citizen,
people-
you
do you think
reject
people should be
allegiance to
allowed-
other countries, and that's for a good reason.
Hey, do you think people should be allowed to be dual citizens?
Under some circumstances, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean some circumstances?
I mean, bring the shit up and read it out loud and see what it says.
Do you have an
and then let's
issue? Do
talk
you have an
about
issue
it.
with someone being a Canadian and American citizen?
No, what I'm saying is bring the shit up and read it out loud. Read it out
No.
loud for everybody to hear, and
No,
then
dude.
we'll
Why
talk
are you
about
so
it.
insufferable?
Right. I'll bring it up and read
You're
it.
so
if you don't want to bring
insufferable,
it up
dude.
and read it, I'll bring it up and read it. That's fine.
Why are you so
cool.
insufferable? No one gives. What are you trying to
I'm
read right now?
insufferable because
Just
I
respond
want
to what I'm saying.
What are you talking about? It's what you swear to when you become a U.S. citizen. If that's insufferable to you, then fuck you.
That was so
Like,
embarrassing that you
honestly,
just said that.
If what you have to swear to become an American citizen is unsufferable to you, then screw you. Honestly, that's how I believe.
Oh, you really got me there. Oh.
Yeah, you've got such an articulate point to come back at me at.
I mean, you didn't say anything of substance.
Okay, well, because you're refusing to look at it, and you're refusing to
There's
even
no point.
look at
There's
what people
no
are
relevance.
swearing to.
You know what?
What
Can you
are
read it? Can
people
you read
swear-
off to me right
No,
now?
no,
Article
what
3,
are
Section
people
2. Read off to me right now. Article 3, Section 2. Pull it up right now. Read to
When
me Article
people
3, Section
become
2.
citizens,
Read
what
it
are they
right now, buddy.
swearing to?
You better read it right
What are
now.
they promising?
Read it. Read it. You're so scared. Read it.
Right.
Read it.
So you don't
And
even
while
know
you're
what
at it,
people
and
are
while you're at it,
reading.
pull up the 10 Commandments too.
David.
Pull up the 10 Commandments. Read them. Pull it up.
Right. So we can just
Pull up the
swear
10
to
Commandments, please.
anything
Pull it up right now. You're not
unto-
pulling it up right now because you're scared, buddy. You're not even trying to engage. Do you hear yourself, dude? Jesus Christ, man.
I do hear myself, Parker. Literally,
you
when
don't.
someone becomes a citizen, they take an oath. They take an oath to the United States. They make a solemn vow
Yeah,
to swear their allegiance.
which means they can't support a
And you
candidate.
think that means actually
Which means they couldn't support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, correct?
wait, so I have to answer your questions?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. I wasn't even listening. Say it again.
Who can say where the road goes? Dude, at this point, I should just kick you, bro.
Go ahead. Say it again. I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you asked me. Kick me if you want. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that.
No, I got you. Good.
I do hear myself, Parker. literally
you
when
don't.
someone becomes a citizen, they take an oath. They take an oath to the United States. They make a solemn vow to
Yeah, and
swear their allegiance.
which means they can't support a
And you think
candidate.
that means actually
Which means they couldn't support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Correct?
what are you bringing that up for? Like Donald Trump called for the suspension of everything?
I'm just saying
Like
they couldn't
what
support a
what
candidate
about
that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Correct?
I'm failing to draw the connection.
If your oath to the Constitution would entail that you have to uphold the Constitution, well, then you wouldn't support someone who called for the termination of it. And by the way, any of these scenarios, this isn't like a point to say that someone has to renounce like their citizenship or like anything about the country that they came from. You know what I mean? Like they're not renouncing anything about like, any other country. Like you can still be a dual citizen.
So no, what I'm saying is I'm failing to see the connection is like I'm assuming you're tying this
That's a you
back
problem.
to something that Trump said
With the termination of
because
all
that's
rules,
what you guys
regulations,
do.
and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Yeah,
Yes, I
that's all
was.
you guys do. Yeah.
Yes, I was.
So that's why I'm saying I'm failing to see the connection.
Yeah, Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. If you should uphold the Constitution, then you shouldn't support someone that called for the termination of such Constitution. Not a
Yeah,
difficult thing
so
to follow.
I missed that part. I missed that part. Like maybe it
Oh,
wasn't
surprise.
published on a bunch of other media sources that I don't watch. Maybe it was only published on media
You only
sources
watch
that you
Newsmax,
watch.
so probably not.
I don't ever watch Newsmax, but okay.
That's surprising. Where do you get your
Newsmax?
information from?
I don't even know how you
InfoWars?
get Newsmax.
InfoWars?
Like,
Do you get InfoWars?
I don't even know how to get InfoWars either.
Do you get your
Like,
information
I
from
couldn't
Truth
tell you.
Social?
I couldn't
Truth
tell you
Social,
how to
Fox
get.
News.
I'm not subscribed to Truth Social. I don't know even how to subscribe to InfoWars. Newsmax, I see clips
What about Fox
online.
News? Oh, of course.
Fox
News?
News, I'm not a subscriber. I've never paid them a cent.
But you do watch their content.
What do you mean by their content? No, I don't watch their content.
You never watch Fox News?
I've watched their clips on social media. Yeah.
So he watches Newsmax and Fox News clips on social media. Okay.
What do you mean? You don't get to control what you see online. Like I don't get a bunch of news shit on my social media scrolling. I get hobbies because I have a life.
Are you saying I don't have a life?
Well, no, your life is what you're doing, and I have
Okay.
hobbies.
Okay, cool for you. What are your hobbies?
My biggest hobby is the stock market, and my
Okay, I'm
other
sorry.
hobbies relate to my kids
I-
and sports. And then there's motocross and biking and soccer.
Cool for you, man. Cool for you. Yeah, but the point
But,
I was
like-
saying is that like
the whole news shit is like I don't subscribe to any of these bullshit things. Like I understand
where
where you're coming from.
do you
but
get your
no.
news from? It sounds like Fox News and Newsmax so far.
Let me honestly think about it. So a lot of my news related content comes from things like social media that are influenced by things like probably if I had to guess, they would be influenced by like Joe Rogan. They would be influenced by things like PBD. I don't subscribe to any of the shit that you're talking about. Pod Save America is on my playlist.
That's a surprising one.
I listen to. What's up?
I was like, that's surprising. I mean, you brought up Joe Rogan and PBD.
Like my favorite murder is on my playlist. Like they're just random podcasts that I like because like I don't give a shit about whether or not.
Can you tell me one of
they're-
the hosts on Pod Save America's name?
It's been a while since I've listened to Pod Save America.
Interesting.
It's actually been probably like over a year since I've listened to that.
Oh, I bet. And that's
The
one of the
most
ones you
recent
just
one
brought
that
up
I've
as like
listened to
he watches it. He brought it up as if he
is,
watches it and he hasn't watched it in a year. Okay.
well, I don't watch it. I listen to it. I'm in my car. Most of what I listen to is financial
Obviously.
media.
Okay,
Like
well,
like 90% of what I that's outside of politics is financial media.
okay. So then would you say that you know a lot about economics?
Economics? Like
Yeah.
as far as what to tell you to do with your money?
No, no, no. As far as hey, like what policies would be good? Like economically.
No, not economics, like finance.
Okay.
Like what to do with your money to get a good return? Yes. What to do with the country's money to get a good return? No.
Okay.
Like on a broad macro scale? No.
Okay. Interesting. So then I guess why do you support Trump then? Like you don't have any economic policy. Do you have any can you name any policy in general
Like
that you
yeah, I
support of
already
Donald
explained this
Trump's?
to you.
Yeah, you
Like I
said
already explained
you
this to you.
said something about immigration in general, right? Anything outside of the
No, I
context of
like the fact
immigration?
that Trump is America first. I like the fact that when it
What
comes
is
to Trump,
America
you
first
are dealing with a politician.
outside
You're
of your
dealing with a
idea? God,
politician that cares about you're dealing with a politician that cares about Americans before he's putting the interests of others. Like I honestly
give me a
and truly
break. No,
believe
he
that.
doesn't. He cares more about his rich
So what
buddies
do
than he
you
cares
think he
about the
cares
American
about?
people. The big beautiful bill cuts
Okay.
420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health
So
insurance,
why
while
does
adding
every
$3.4 trillion to the debt. There was an amendment recently where Senate Republicans in general had the ability to vote on it, and it is the case that they decided to vote to send the $40 billion that they're going to send to Argentina, rather than sending that $40 billion to American citizens to reduce their health care premiums. Yeah, that's
so
real America
everything that
first. Yeah.
as opposed to every other president before him?
Would you like to respond? Like, do you think that's America first?
What did other presidents before him do? You don't know.
You tell me. You tell me what did they do that you think is so bad or
You don't
comparable?
you don't know what other presidents did
I
before him,
do
do you?
know. Now answer the question.
So what did we do with Bush?
Oh, do you just want to answer
What did
my
we do with
question?
Obama?
Oh my God,
Like honestly,
are you going to answer my
we've been
question?
through this. Like you can't look at the yes, I am answering your question. What did we do with Bush? What did we do with Obama?
These
What
aren't
did we do with
answers.
Biden?
These aren't answers. These are questions.
In
You don't know the difference between an answer and a question. That's kind of embarrassing.
I do. I'm just trying to decide which roads I even want to bother going down with you because, like,
Take
at
your
this point,
time.
we've been talking. Yeah, we've been talking for a long time, and you don't come at any of it from a place of genuine interest and
Really?
actual
I'm not
conversation.
genuine? Because I asked you for like reasons
No.
to substantiate what you have to say.
Do you think that tariffs are good for the United States as a whole?
I do not think that universalized tariffs under the Trump administration is good for America as a whole. I think it's worse for America as a whole. I think some targeted tariffs are okay though.
I tend to agree with that
Okay, so
on
you tend to agree with a
its face.
disingenuous person
No, I tend to agree with that statement on its face
that
because
made by
I
a
do believe that
disingenuous
tariffs
person under your
should be
view?
targeted.
But you just said I was
No, I'm
disingenuous.
saying that a lot of the shit that you've said so far has led me to believe that you've been disingenuous to this point. I
Okay,
tend to agree
how
with
am I
what you just said.
disingenuous?
With a lot of the shit that you've said,
Hassan.
it doesn't make sense. It seems like you're only here to try and nitpick particular arguments and then argue those points and not actually have a conversation. But what you
I've had
just
a
said,
conversation with
I
you,
tend to
and I
agree
run
with.
arguments. Push the meteor shower. Thank you so much. And obviously, I'm going to run arguments in a debate live.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree that tariffs should be used first and foremost for a mechanism to get what you want as a lever. They're a form of leverage.
So if it's negotiation, then it doesn't bring back jobs to the country, right?
Well, it can. It's part of the negotiation, obviously.
Okay, so like, like, how do you feel about Trump like reducing tariffs on Switzerland because he got a Rolex clock and a gold bar?
That seems like the stupidest shit I've ever heard you say because you don't know what else happened. You're just repeating a dumbass narrative.
Do you have
Like
a
he
do you have
got
a
he got a
do you have
Rolex clock.
do you have
and
a
gold
criticism of
bar,
it
and
rather than
that's
an
the
ad
only.
hominem?
Well, yeah, because what else did he get? You have no idea.
You don't
Do
have
you
any
know
idea.
all of the
What did he get?
negotiations?
You tell me, what did he get?
Right. I would assume that he got something for that, and you're assuming
Such
he got
as?
nothing for it. So it's
What
just
did he
as
get?
ad hominem as mine.
Wait, what did he get?
He got a more favorable outcome for his negotiations.
Such as? You mean a gift?
Such
A
as, I don't
bribe?
know, like,
Or the Bubba treatment?
all right, so you're literally. Yeah, he got the Bubba treatment. Yep. He got nothing more than the Bubba treatment. He got a gold clock and he was like, yeah, let's fuck over the American people and let's just screw them for the gold clock. And what did you say? What else was it that he got?
Bubba treatment?
The Bubba treatment. Yes, the Bubba treatment and the gold bar. He wasn't using that as a negotiation tactic whatsoever. He was just he was trying to get a gold clock and a gold bar and the Bubba treatment because he needs another gold clock.
So like
Like,
if you
are
if,
you
so
fucking
so then
stupid?
here did you know that there were people on the Trump administration that went to the Kremlin, people who are from the Kremlin, foreign policy advisors for the Kremlin, and literally said, yeah, if you just literally tell Donald Trump that he doesn't have a tiny penis, you know, he will probably concede to a greater extent. If you talk about peace, he'll concede to a greater extent in terms of, you know, land for Ukraine, right, given to Russia,
What people said
right?
that? What people said that? Who said that?
In the Trump admin,
Yeah, who said that?
let me pull this back up. Um,
Hang on, because I got to pull up my computer because you're full of wonderful
Witkoff,
pieces of
yes,
information.
yeah, Steve
Witkoff. Why
Witkoff.
have I heard that name before? Yeah, why have I heard Steve Witkoff's name before? That seems like a pretty popular name. Steve Witkoff. So he said exactly, tell Trump his penis isn't small.
Yeah,
Tell
practically,
Trump
and that's what he said.
his penis is good size,
Yep. Make
and
sure to look that one up.
you
I,
get what you want. Let's see what comes up.
yep. Go ahead.
Threads.com, Trump pop quiz. Like these are all the sources that you were just
Mm-hmm.
accusing me of looking up for my news sources.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got Facebook comments, we got Mediaite. Is this
Wait,
where you go for your
that
news?
sounds
We
like where you
got
get your news.
Yahoo Entertainment. Like
Sounds like where you get your news. I honestly don't know the distinction. You said you wanted to accept random things on social media, right? That was your argument before. That was your
I told
argument,
you
right?
I'm influenced from. Like my biggest podcast I listen to is Joe Rogan. I
Oh
told
yeah,
you
that
that.
sounds like a great source.
He's the biggest podcaster in the world.
And
And okay, so it makes sense that I would listen to him. He's the most popular podcaster in the world. It makes sense that I would listen to what he has to say. Obviously, he's doing something right, unlike a lot of other people. Like he
such
was here a
as,
long time before you.
okay, so
Such as
are you
he's
saying I'm not doing
attracted.
good?
No, you're doing phenomenally well,
Did
and
you say he's
you should
attractive?
continue
Is
to
that what your
do.
argument was?
No, I said he attracted more
Oh,
viewers than anyone else in the world.
sure.
He has attracted, not he's attracted. No, I mean he's a good-looking guy. I mean, if I was not straight, I mean, I'd probably put
I
him on
no,
my
yeah,
list.
no, I just thought you were saying that was the reason why he got into the position he was. I was gonna say that's not. I don't think he's a looks
Yeah,
maxer. I don't think
no,
Joe Rogan's a
no.
looks
It's not
maxer.
because he was attractive. No, I'm just saying Anyway, but what I'm looking at on all of the shit that I'm finding right here when I'm pulling up what I just typed in is nothing but a bunch of bullshit. So,
Okay.
like, can you point me to an actual news article that you're talking about?
Can you just look
Because what
up?
I'm looking at is a bunch of.
Can you look up something that's
Can I
not
look
just
up
like me
what?
making a joke, dude? Right? Like look
What
about
am I? Yeah, what am I
it's
going to look
about the
up?
claims of peace, right, dude? I mean, this has been reported on vastly. I can send you from the Guardian
All
right
right.
now.
So this was a joke.
First thing,
We're not
no,
actually making a real point.
listen. The joke was the tiny penis part. That was have you seen South Park? Oh, that's the source for my
No, I
claim
get
there.
I get the joke.
So
I get
the
the
title
joke.
that I'm referencing from the Guardian is first thing Trump envoy Witkoff reportedly advised Kremlin official on Ukraine peace deal. So that's what happened. I mean, you're so sensitive,
First
dude.
thing, Trump envoy Witkoff.
Yeah, look up first thing Trump envoy Witkoff reportedly advised Kremlin official on Ukraine peace deal.
Is it the Guardian?
Yeah,
BBC?
Guardian.
Guardian.
Alrighty.
So like I'm just curious, is like this is kind of where you go for your news, is like the Guardian, BBC, all that kind of shit?
What are you gonna bring up the point about how the BBC? I took them out of context. They took them out of context. They took two separate clips that were an hour apart. Is that gonna be your point?
No, I wasn't gonna make any point. I was just asking.
Yeah, I would typically accept BBC. Yeah, like as a credible
Okay.
source.
I'm a slow reader, so this is going to take me way too long to read through because, like I said from the very beginning, I'm not very smart. So I don't know if you want to give me the time of day to read through this, or if you want to add somebody up in here because I'll read through it. But like I said, I'm not a quick reader.
Okay, take your time, man. Go ahead and take your time. If you want to, if not, you can make your next point. I'm probably near the end of kicking you. It's been an hour and 16 minutes. I can ask you
Well,
one
I
question
appreciate
before
you
you
having a
leave.
conversation with me. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Civilly liable, yeah.
You would? Would you vote for
Yeah.
someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
Civilly liable, yeah. Civilly, yeah. The standards are different from
Would
civilly
you let someone take
and
care of you?
criminally.
Wait, I have a question. Would you let someone be a gym teacher if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a kid?
That I would have to do a lot more research.
Why do you need to do more research on that one? I don't think I need to do. I would say
Because I
no.
would care more.
I don't think I need to do
Because
any
I would care
research.
more.
I think someone who's
If they're gonna,
been held
so
civilly
like
liable of
because the
sexually abusing a
president,
child, yeah, I definitely don't think
let
that
me
they should be
answer.
allowed to be a gym teacher, right?
You want to let me answer?
If you have the capacity to.
Right. So the reason that I would vote for somebody that's been held civilly liable is because I know how these systems have worked over the last few years, and I've seen them be abused. Right. So we've had a case where from the very beginning we've had the Russia collusion, we have had multiple impeachments, we've had a quote unquote justice
This has
system,
any
which
how
is
what does this
anything
have to
but
do with the
the
gym teacher
justice
and
system.
whether or not they should be allowed to be a gym teacher?
Let me finish talking and I'll finish answering if you let me finish talking.
Alrighty there.
So like we've had multiple instances of where we've seen this politician be attacked over and over and over again, and unless you're a moron, you have to think it's because people don't want him in office. If you're not a moron, you have to take into the possibility that hey, maybe these people don't want him in office, so they're weaponizing the justice system, or they're 100% fair and I'm on the right team 100% of the time. You can think that. That's cool. If you want to think that, that's fine with me. But it's more logical for me, especially given what we've seen as of late when we've looked at these different cases. Now we're finding out that all these different hoaxes were exactly that. They were hoaxes that were perpetrated and paid for by certain campaigns, especially when it comes to the Hillary Clinton campaign. I mean, she basically funded spying, the Russia collusion hoax on Trump, along with the fact that he was charged with what? It was four separate cases, right? He was charged with four separate cases at the same time. It wasn't weaponization of the justice system now or then, but it is now when somebody brings a case against the people that have mortgage fraud, then it's weaponization. You see it in the news. It's like, oh, he's just weaponizing the justice system. But it wasn't then, right? It wasn't then. It was just justice then. All we cared about was justice then, justice then, justice then. Four different separate cases that were all brought. And it's like if you can't see the tit for tat and back and forth, then you're just blind. I'm not saying any of it's perfect, but to actually pretend like you're on the right side seems kind of hilarious in that there isn't a tit for tat. Of course, there's a tit for tat.
One, the Russia situation was literally, right, an investigation. That investigation did come to the conclusion that there was Russian interference in the 2016 election and that there were people on the Trump administration involved in working
Who
with
was the
Russia
dossier
to do
paid
so.
for?
So,
Who was the
listen, can I
dossier
please
paid
finish?
for
Can I
that
please finish?
initiated the-
Hey, dude, I literally have to mute you because you won't let me finish speaking. It's actually diabolical. Okay? I'm still finishing. Now, if you want to reference, again, these different quote-unquote hoaxes, right, you understand that you can just claim everything is a hoax without actually looking to it in the first place. But I'm going to ask you right here. Name one piece of evidence in the case, so the civil case against E. Jean Carroll, where E. Jean Carroll held Donald Trump civilly liable for... What a child. What a child. Name one
Steele
piece of...
dossier. Explain that. Steele dossier. Explain it.
Are you going to answer my question? I still haven't been able to go through it yet. Can you let me
You just
please
made
finish?
a claim. I'm refuting it. I'm refuting.
He's such a child.
I'm not a child. I'm just not going to let you get away with spewing bullshit and not defending the Steele dossier. So who paid for the Steele dossier? Who put it out there?
You tell me.
Yeah, it's Hillary Clinton's nonprofit.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No, that's fine. That's all I need.
Okay, did you hear my question at all?
I did hear your question.
And what was my question?
I'm going to answer it as soon as you answer mine. Do you agree?
Didn't I already answer your question?
No, you didn't. You opened your mouth like you're waiting for a dick.
Was that supposed to be like an insult? I mean, that's, isn't that what? I mean, do you want to talk about the Bubba treatment?
I mean, it depends. You just opened your mouth. Are you going to answer the question or not? I'll wait.
What question?
I already heard it. You don't remember?
No, I don't remember at all, man.
Oh, okay. You can play it back. I know you've done that for me. I'll wait.
No, you can say it or I'll kick you.
Okay. You can play it back. I'll wait.
You have about 10 seconds.
Oh, no, don't threaten me with being kicked. Waiting.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You know this.
You what's up? How old are you? Oh, Linda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Give me some W's for Linda in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, sometimes I don't know where I find the patience either. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it, Lindsay. Give me some W's for Lindsay in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though, they absolutely were. I totally agree with you. Romy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Romy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true, Romy. That's true. James, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $1 again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comments section. Benjamin again with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, absolutely. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it, Benjamin. And Miriam, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for Hey Parker. It's Miriam. Steve from yesterday and this caller said about your facial expressions. And Miriam said that they love the facial expressions and they're priceless. That's so funny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's from Miriam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, my Cash App is still down. Just letting everyone know. I do have some people to thank here on YouTube real quick, but we're going to get the next person up here before I do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. YouTube real quick, but we're going to get what's up, how old are you? Before I do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. We are just looking for the next debate, everyone. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, do give it a second. Take some time to get people up here. Do give it a second. I'm trying to get someone up here. I do apologize, everyone. Thank you for the heart signal. Thank you, Allie. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to get up here. Sometimes it takes a second. Do give me a minute. What the fuck? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
January.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Save us, Trump. Please save us.
What state do you live in?
Wait, one sec.
Okay, let's just go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed in the TikTok screen. We don't have that many guest requests, so if you do support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now, and we will be able to get you up here. Sadie, by the way, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sadie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request, again, if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
didn't realize it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How
Hello.
old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
October.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, how are you? I am 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
After now, probably still Trump. Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
December 17th.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, because of quite a few reasons, but the main three are his economic, his foreign, and his border policies.
Okay. What about? Be specific.
Any preference you want to start with, or
Start with
border
economic. That
immigration?
was the first one you said.
Okay.
He left. Bro, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is going on? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone. I apologize for it taking a minute to get people up here. Sometimes it takes a second in between. What's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
May.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Kamala, but King Doofy Maul.
If Duffy wants to get owned right now, and he actually wants to talk about why he supports Donald Trump, he can send a guest request, but he never did that, so. And he decided to run away himself. So he's actually scared. He's actually scared to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? King Duffy is so scared. He's so scared to debate. He actually ran away. Honestly, yeah, chat, I think we're running out of MAGA to debate. I'm actually not joking. Like, I actually, like, there's a huge portion of the people in the guest box that are probably just trolls. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alrighty. And that last guest that we had, by the way, the last one we were actually debating, they got a flag for misinformation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
And what's your... if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
At this point in the administration, probably Trump.
Okay. People said there's 16 on your profile. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is so brutal. It's so brutal, chat. We're trying to get someone up here. Do give us a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So as soon as the manager identifies the
Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a second. Alrighty, to give it a second, everyone. Holy shit, it's taken so long. I apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Alrighty, everyone. This is getting brutal. It's getting brutal. I'm trying. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
36.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I already said I supported Trump, so I'm not sure what that question has to do with it.
I asked a question to everyone, just to clarify.
Okay. Well, yeah, obviously. Still Trump.
Okay. A few people to thank real quick. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Storm, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I actually would. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maylene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Can we have some W's from Maylene in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Maylene. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Camila, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I said a fan of yours she watches you and Dean's lives all the time. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Jalen, thank you for the $1. I think the final number was like 4,600 for Brad earlier, which is great. That's fucking amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Alrighty. Let's make sure we're caught up here on YouTube, and then I think we're going to go on to the debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Storm, again, thank you so much for the $10. Desita, thank you so much for the 5. Nightfall, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. Storm, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Cake, thank you for the 5. Tony, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Suddenly, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Suddenly. Brad, thank you for the $10. Taka Silver, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. And Nightfall, thank you for the 2 as well. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump?
Well, first, the last debate he had, thanks for going on that long. That was awesome to hear. But he made some really good points about, that I agree with also, about illegal immigration and the impact on the workforce. And also, I have a question for you, but it'll be later, about confidence, but we'll get to that.
Hey, there's a little bit of a ringing in the background. Is there a way you could stop that?
Right now? Is it right now?
Yeah, there's a little bit of ringing.
All right.
Is there a way you could stop that?
Hold up.
So just unmute whenever you think you fixed it. Kathy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. As well as Cherry with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Kathy and Cherry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so kind of y'all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I try my hardest to keep my composure. Sometimes I can't, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Kathy and Cherry in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alrighty.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe a cricket.
Okay.
But anyway, so yeah, I agree with what he was saying about do you have empathy? Would you say you have empathy? You're empathetic?
Yeah.
Okay. But you also agree with having undocumented immigrants in the country, right?
Mm-hmm. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Okay, but you also agree that they contribute to the economy pretty heavily, or decently, right?
Sure, yeah.
So they contribute by also being abused by the system, right? And also not just illegal immigrants, right? Also H-1B1 visa holders as well, right? Is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't say that for H-1B visas, but like in terms of people coming to the country undocumented, I think that they are taken advantage of. I do think that H-1B can be run in a specific way in which that wouldn't be the case. Now, if you, I want to inspire more legal immigration. That's what I want, right? I think that legal immigration is a. Can I please finish my statement? Is that possible?
Sorry.
I do think that legal immigration is a good thing, and I think that it's beneficial to the economic standing of the United States.
Unless we increase the birth rate, in which case it wouldn't be. But yes, overall, I agree with you. But H-1B1 visa holders are abused in the system the same way that I would say immigrants are, right? And I may not be as empathetic as you because I see the economic benefit from it, right? If you detach your feelings from it, there's an economic benefit from it, right? Is that fair to say?
From immigration, yeah.
Yeah. Well, from undocumented people in the country as well.
Yeah, but
Not
I would,
just the
yeah, I
local
would say that there
immigration.
is, but I would still say that they should be provided a pathway to citizenship.
Sure. Okay. Now, okay, I don't disagree with that. But what I disagree with is that when we talk about immigrants coming to the country, right? We talk about H1B1 visa holders are a pathway to citizenship, right?
H-1B visas, right, is a pathway to work in this country.
No, but it also leads to citizenship. That's how you get your foot in the door.
Do all H-1B visa holders get citizenship?
No, they don't all get citizenship, but that's how you get your foot in the door.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and they get abused.
Yeah, you have to transition to a green card.
Yeah, I know the whole process. I'm well aware because I work with them. But they're also being involved. They get thrown into certain work industries that do not require them, where we have American workers who can work those jobs. For instance,
Even if we have American workers, we still would benefit from having immigration.
I'm not so sure about that, dude.
Yes,
I would. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that. And maybe
I
in
am.
certain industries, I would agree with you, sure. But in other industries, no. Let's talk about professional industries, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about accounting industry, right?
Go ahead.
We don't need H-1B visa holders to be in the accounting industry at all.
Oh, why not?
Because it's
we don't have to use H-1B, but we can specifically provide a pathway that's quick for people who want to be accountants. Like, I don't see the issue with that.
But we don't need immigrants for that. We have Americans to do that.
Yeah, immigrants are Americans.
The issue, not if they're not citizens, no. Or if they haven't gone through the green card process, the entire process, no, they're not.
Okay, so I'm confused. Yeah, could you name one way that, like, maybe an undocumented immigrant being in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime being given a pathway to citizenship will harm you at all?
Sure. H-1B visa holders, right? They harm the job market because they fill up
obsession,
jobs.
man. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not an obsession. I'm saying
with specifically just H-1Bs. Like, I'm asking you about immigration as a whole. I asked you about undocumented immigrants, by the way. People under H-1Bs are not undocumented immigrants. But yeah, you can tell me this too. Tell me why you think like H-1B visa holders
no. If you want to
are
go
a harmful
to a
impact on the
broader
market.
perspective, no, I'll go to a broader perspective. Okay, fine. In city and populated areas, we should not have immigration or immigrant workers there. In rural areas, sure, because rural areas are
What's
lacking
wrong
a
with
lot.
it? Tell me. I'm asking you, how is it a harm to you, dude?
It's a harm to me. All right, to
How?
people who work in city and large industries. It's a harm because they are taking jobs that can easily be filled by American workers. We don't need someone from Korea working a senior accounting job. We don't need that. We have
How
Americans.
does it harm you?
Advance.
Hey, how does it harm you?
I'm telling you, because you know what? You have a senior accountant in a position where you could have been promoted, but They got someone with H-1B visa. You don't need
Oh my
that.
God. Okay, so you understand that also increased the demand within our economy, causing there to be more jobs. So your idea that it gets rid of
No,
jobs
it
or
does
people that are
not.
stealing jobs is ridiculous.
No, first of all, Parker, it does not. It does not. Look, I work in the corporate world. I'm not sure that you understand that because you never worked in the corporate world, right? You work in the TikTok world, which is very different, okay? But in the corporate
And
world, it's very different. That's all I'm saying. In the
well,
corporate
do
world,
you have a degree in economics?
I have a degree in accounting, okay? I
So
also
so
have a
so then
professional
you couldn't
license
make a
for
claim
data
on
science.
like so then you couldn't make a claim on how the economics of immigration would operate, correct?
I took economics.
Okay. Can you tell me what
I
market equilibrium
understand.
is?
Can I tell you what?
Can you tell me what market equilibrium is?
Yes, when supply meets demand.
Okay.
Oh
All right.
yeah. Oh yeah. There you go, quiz boy. There you go.
That was the easiest question I
Now
could possibly. You want me to ask you a more difficult
let me give
question?
you one. Let me give you
That's
a
the
quiz. Let
easiest
me give you
question
a
you could
quiz.
possibly answer. That's like one
Okay,
plus one equaling two.
you gave me a question. Let me give you a question. Okay.
Okay.
How many continents are there?
7.
How many continents by people who are geologists who understand topology? How many continents are there?
7.
8. Dude, you
Are
don't
you
even
gonna try to
fucking
talk
know.
about the New Zealandia
Yeah, I am.
that's underneath the water?
Yes, it's another continent, and
I
it's
don't think it's
accepted by
currently
every
recognized as a
geologist.
continent.
It's accepted massively by geologists. It's not accepted by universally yet.
Can you bring up topology, by the way?
Well, maybe I used the wrong word, but geography.
Okay.
All
So
right, so
I don't know if every single one of them do consider it a continent by itself.
majority,
Would you like to
majority.
provide me a source for that?
Yeah, you just literally type it in. Well, I use ChatGPT, but ChatGPT derives its information
Could you
from
just give me a title,
multiple
maybe?
sources. Uh, 8 continents. What are
That's my
the
title.
8 continents? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so there's nothing else you can provide. Interesting.
Throw into ChatGPT.
Okay. Would you like to continue? Could you tell me
Yeah.
I don't think that you understand the basis of economics enough to say that there would be a positive or negative impact on immigration.
You
I can
asked me
send
one
you a
question,
study
right?
from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates an increase in wages over the past 20 years in terms of immigration. Not only wage increase for native-born U.S.
Increase
citizens,
wages
but
are
also,
not
can I
matching
please
up
finish?
to.
Jesus Christ, man.
Sorry.
Not
Sorry.
only
All right, go, dude.
not only for natural-born U.S. citizens would there be an increase in wages, but there's also an increase in employment rate and an increase in GDP overall.
I agree with you on the GDP rate. Yes, I agree. But you're looking at it from the entire perspective, right? Look, I'll tell you from a personal perspective, it will benefit me. This whole immigration crackdown will benefit me because I work in the corporate industry, right? Corporate industry does not hire illegal immigrants because you you cannot qualify, right? They hire H-1B visa holders, and the Trump administration, specifically JD Vance, specifically calls out people going for these accountant jobs, which is true because we have Americans who can work those jobs. I went to college. I've seen plenty of capable people who do these jobs. Right? We don't need illegal immigrants to be in this industry at all.
Okay, H-1B visa holders are not undocumented immigrants. Now, also, if you're talking about people coming to our country, right, it is important for us to have immigration. It's beneficial to our economy. Do we need? Need is a weird term. It depends on what you mean by need. But is it beneficial for our economy? Very positively, yes. Right? We should allow for immigration. Immigration leads to better off conditions. You limiting
How about this?
immigration, there's no indication that we're going to be better off.
How about we give incentives to increase the birth rate? Would that solve the immigration crisis?
Oh wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I was reading a text from my girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. If we give incentives to increase the birth rate, would that solve our? Would that give us leeway?
I don't think that that will do it alone.
It would improve the situation, right? From an economist, right?
You said it will improve the set of circumstances. Sorry, I read another text from my girlfriend. Repeat what you were saying.
It's okay. It would improve the situation that we have right now if we improve the birth rate, right? The reason why we need
Sure. I don't have an issue with incentivizing people to engage in having families or providing them the ability to afford, right? The ability to have families to a greater extent. But I don't think that's a sole fix, especially in the short term.
Okay, fine. Not in the short term. So then, but here's the one positive thing that Trump's doing. Okay, by doing his little show, I'll say it's a show because what he's doing is by deporting people, it discourages people from illegally immigrating. Right? That's fair to say. Whether whatever you have to say about it. That's what's happening. Now, that's creating a deficit in jobs, right? Now, all these people who are at home playing video games and all this bullshit, now they have jobs they can get. So instead of living in mom's basement, they can go and work now.
Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that, again, reducing immigration is going to benefit people's employment? Because I just gave you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that people who are already in the country have a increase in the employment rate given an increase in immigration. And that's what we've seen in the past 20 years based upon the pattern of immigration.
All right, you're looking at Bureau of Statistics, okay? Now, are you looking at everyday people? Are you looking at the dude who fucking says, hey, I can't find a job every fucking week. I haven't found a job in like 3 months.
Yeah, that's not because of immigration. That's not because of immigration. That's because of Donald Trump's fucking horrible tariffs. That's causing an increase in the unemployment rate.
All right, well, the tariffs are... All right, look. Clock strikes the right time twice a day, okay?
What does that even mean, bro? Speak like actual sense.
All right. Tariffs are not... The way that he's doing tariffs are not correct, okay? I'll agree with you there. All right? But you can't be 100% correct on anything. Also...
Never claimed I was 100% correct on everything. What?
I'm saying Trump cannot be correct on 100% of everything.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that he's making strides to do the right thing. First of all, he's done one thing that Democrats have not done, okay? And that is getting the... you're gonna rely on me for this, but getting uneducated people to rally for his positions, right? Democrats can't do that. They cannot. No, they can't do that.
Yeah, only educated people support Democrats, right?
No. Educated people do support.
You're saying uneducated individuals tend to follow Trump?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That is kind of what I'm saying.
You said that it is kind of what you're saying. That's what you just said.
The point being is that no. Here's the thing: he can rally people, right? You can admit that, right?
Okay, what's your point with that?
The point with that is that you can enact legislation when you have a backing for it, right? Regardless if you're taking money out of someone else's.
But that's bad legislation. The big beautiful bill sucks. It's horrible.
You know who voted for it? People who lost their own health clinic. So if you have that kind of power, why don't Democrats have that kind of power?
Why don't Democrats have what kind of power to pass their
The
policies?
kind of power for people to vote out their own hospital and their or health clinic in their own area.
You're saying why don't Democrats have the power to cut people off of their access to rural hospitals and then also still get elected?
Yeah.
You mean do
Yeah, why
worse
don't they?
policy yet still get elected because of propaganda that you believe? Why are you acknowledging that the Republican policy is worse and yet idiots still vote for it?
I'm not saying it's worse. What I'm saying
Like
is
that's
that
literally all
you
you're
can get
saying.
people-
You don't think
you can
rural
get-
hospitals closing is good? I mean bad?
No, what I'm saying is I look for the
No?
look. I
You
care
don't think
more
that's right?
about cities and large populations, rural places. Do
You
I
don't
give
care
a
about
fuck?
rural
Not really.
hospitals being open?
Not really. I don't
That's
care that much.
fucked. That is so fucked.
It's not that fucked. It's not that fucked. It's not that fucked.
Yes, it is. Yes,
You
it
know
is.
what?
You don't care
They
about
voted
rural
for it.
hospitals. It's nuts.
No, listen.
Because, people in rural areas, they have restricted access to care, and they won't be able to find an area to be able to get access to care for miles upon miles upon miles. And you're essentially just saying they should be left to themselves.
But
That's
they
fucking
voted
selfish,
for it.
messed
They're
up, and
getting
fucked.
what they wanted.
I don't care. I don't care that people in rural areas are more red. I still think they should have health care. I still think that they should have food. I still think that they deserve dignity as human beings. I disagree with them economically speaking. I disagree with how
agree.
they voted disproportionately, but I absolutely believe that they should be
But
taken
then they
care
can-
of as they are still fucking Americans. They are still people in our communities. And I believe that
Parker-
people in our community should be taken care of regardless of their political ideology.
Parker, they can get in an Uber and go to the city and then get
What
their
do you mean get in an
healthcare.
Uber and go like what 30, 40, 50 miles in these circumstances? You think the
Yes.
average person can afford that? That's absurd.
what
And
they
it
voted
take that
for.
long just to be able to
Not
get to a
absurd.
hospital is
Listen,
absurd.
give-
Bro,
give
what
the
are you talking
people
about?
what they
And wait, and
want.
by the way,
No.
if they're in a rural area, you think that they're going to be able to get access to Ubers quickly in a rural area? What are you talking about? Especially in emergencies?
I'm saying give the people what they want.
Dude, you're being ridiculous.
I'm not being that ridiculous. Like, at a certain point,
You are,
have
you
to-
are. You are being ridiculous.
But Parker, do you understand what I'm like? They voted for this, then let them reap what they sow.
I don't believe that because I think that's a fucked up mentality. I don't believe that just because they voted
This is
Republican,
why
that means that they
Democrats
should
never
lose
win.
their health care. That means that they lose their child care. Wait, and you say, wait, I'm sorry, are you like from a left-wing perspective saying this because you just want to fuck people over? It's sick, dude. I care about people getting taken care of. I don't care if they're fucking Republican. I hope one day I'll be able to convince them and change their mind, but I do not want to use their starvation, their lack of access to healthcare, their lack of access to basic necessities to do that. I will never stoop to the level of Republicans of forcing people to do these certain little specific things just so that they can get bare fucking necessities. That's absurd. That is so absurd. I will never stoop to that fucking level.
Parker, first of all, I'm not impacted by Democrat or Republican policies, right? I'm at the income level where either of them would probably benefit me, right? But I'm saying from that perspective, right, where I'm not impacted by either, I can see like, oh, if I was impacted by it, I would vote a different way. And those people need to feel that pain in order to think maybe
So
I
you
should
think you
vote.
so you think you yourself should feel that pain?
I don't need to feel that pain because I'm.
Well, no,
educated
let's
enough to
let's say
never
that you
feel
were
that
let's say that you were someone who would. Would you say that should be true, given that you were? Given that it would impact you, would you argue for that?
Yeah, I think I should feel the pain to understand how other people
So,
feel.
so if
No,
you
no,
relied
no.
on health care from the government, but you voted for Trump, you believe that you should not have health care?
I think that I should
You
realize
believe in
the
that
impact
circumstance
of-
you should lose your health care?
I feel like I should feel the impact of my vote. Yes, 100%.
That's disgusting. It's disgusting. I don't think
That's
that
not
anyone.
disgusting. That's not
No, I don't.
disgusting,
I don't.
dude.
I no. Seriously, I don't think that someone because they voted red that means that they should lose access to their health care. That they should lose
But that's
access to
what
the
they
things they
voted
need.
for, dude.
I'm sorry. Just because you voted for something does not necessarily mean that you should be given that. I understand that you want to do that because you want to disincentivize people to vote a certain way, which wouldn't make sense from your perspective. Because that'd be disincentivizing people to vote for Republicans, right? But like, I still believe that people should be taken care of, and I don't believe that people should die because of that.
And this is why the Democrat Party will never win because of the shit that you just fucking said, dude.
You mean because I care about people? Because I'm genuine?
No, because
No, our
Because you
issue
don't
is with communication. It's
if
not
you
with
care-
fucking killing people. I'm sorry. Our issue is with communication on the Democratic Party standpoint. It is not with. It is not. Our issue is not with taking care of people in need. Our issue is not with being there for our community. Our issue is with being able to communicate the fact that we're doing that. That's our issue. Don't sit there and say that we should be taking care of healthcare away from people in need. We should be sit there and telling them that their healthcare comes from the policies we're advocating for. That's what we need to do, is we need to convince the American public of it, not threaten them by saying that they shouldn't get their fucking health care. That's exactly what Republicans are advocating for. I am not going to concede to the Republicans on literally people getting access to basic necessities. That's absurd to me.
Parker, can I talk without you muting me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the point that I was trying to...
But I don't feel like letting you. Okay, that was just for fun.
If you want to make change, dude, then people have to feel the pain first for what they voted for, man. This is how it's going to have to work. Unfortunately, this is the society we live in. This is how it works, dude. Like, you're living in an idealistic society.
Saying that I want to take care of people in need.
Realistic society. You're living in
I live in a realistic society, saying that we have to take care of the people in need, and you live in this idealistic society that somehow people are going to be okay, even though you don't take care of them, and ensure that there's a basis to take care of them.
I live in a realistic society. You live in an idealistic society.
Don't even describe your view as realistic and my view as idealistic, when my view can happen and does happen in countries around the world.
And yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah,
but
so then don't say it can't happen. That's embarrassing.
no, the reason why I'm saying that you're ideally and I'm realistic is because in America, it's very different, right? Very easy to pit people against each other. Very easy. Very easy to do that. Right?
So it is easy for people to put each other against each other by utilizing manipulation, and that's exactly what Trump has done. But that does not mean that you should take people's healthcare access away because they were misinformed. I don't understand it. I don't get what you're trying to do here. I don't know why you're arguing this, because that would harm your own side.
How many people have you seen say, "Oh my God, I didn't know I was going to lose my insulin monthly thing because I voted"?
Wait, are
this
you
way."
actually a Trump supporter, or did you just come up here to say this?
No, I support Trump basically.
So then why are you arguing for people to lose access to the healthcare because they voted for your policies?
Because Trump has a different way of doing healthcare. Where there's one thing that he's right about, right? Obamacare.
Wait, I have a question. Wait, do you think people who advocate for the abolition? No, actually, stop this. Do you think people who advocate for the abolition of the police shouldn't be protected by police officers?
No, I think that's your job as a police officer. That's your job.
You just conceded. Get fucking cooked, buddy.
I didn't concede.
You just got destroyed.
No, I didn't. That's your job.
You did.
You sign up for a job. Your job is to protect people. Doesn't matter who they are. That's it. That's your job, right? Don't sign up for the job if you don't want it. That's it.
Exactly, and that's what I would say for politicians too.
Yeah, mostly.
Cooked.
No, what are you talking about, dude?
You said that people shouldn't receive their access to healthcare based upon the way that they vote, right? So if someone specifically believes something in terms of like the abolition of police, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be protected by the police. So the same thing would be true in the context of getting access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability and policies that I advocate for. Even though they voted against it, I still believe that they should be able to get it. Okay? That's called being a good person. That's called caring about your community, even when they make dumb decisions.
If you care about your community, you care about the future of the community, right? Who cares? A little pain now will be a lot more gain later.
Why are you trying to get me to concede to this? This is so sick. It sounds like you just want people to be hurt. It sounds like you just want... No, it genuinely just sounds like you just want people to be hurt.
No, you're an economics person, right? You see the greater good.
No, don't shut the fuck up.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, seriously, it's embarrassing that you're sitting there saying that we're getting a greater good from harming people and restricting them from their access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability and food. I think that's sick.
Look,
you just want to maximize cruelty.
No, I don't want to.
That's what you're doing here.
What the fuck are you talking about? Look, if America never gone to the war because people are gonna die, then you know what? Then we would have been way worse off now than we were back then. Even though
That
that
had
was pretty
nothing to
hard.
do with anything I just said. Jesus fucking
The
Christ.
concept is the same. Conceptually, it is the same, dude.
How? What's
Because
the conceptual relevance?
We're sacrificing American lives, but you know what? At the end of the day, after it ended, more people were better off.
So you're
concept.
trying to compare a greater good basis. So just because a greater good is achieved from an action
Yes.
does not necessitate that that is a good action to engage in. I don't believe in utilitarianism in a principled sense. I think it's absurd, right? I can give you plenty of different examples in terms of that being absurd, but can you at least acknowledge just because you get right more benefits from something does not necessarily mean that you should engage in that.
Just because you get more benefits from something, you should not engage in it.
Yes.
Can you give me?
Yes. If I were to what's it called? Make a bunch of money from engaging in a lie, right? But that lie conflicts with my internal values, right? Would, under your view, would it be the case that that would be something I should not engage in?
I would disagree.
You would disagree?
No, I think you can lie about finding the covenant of the ark and then make a lot of money off it, and that's fine.
So, okay, so you would have no issue with people making up lies to make money off of it.
If people are dumb enough to believe it, why not?
There's no moral issue on your behalf?
Do I have a moral issue? I have, you know what? I'll use that money that I gained from people who believed it to start education system.
Let's say someone doesn't do that. I'm just asking, is it wrong?
It's taking advantage of the position that you were put in.
Yeah, like...
Is it wrong?
Is fraud wrong? Is fraud wrong? Is it wrong to commit fraud?
Yeah. Well, you're talking to accountants, so obviously I want to say
But
fraud
like,
is wrong.
but couldn't fraud benefit an individual? So if they benefit that and they see a net
You're
benefit
talking
to
accountants,
themselves,
fraud is wrong. Fraud is wrong. Fraud is wrong. I will not say anything else. Other
if there
than
there were a net benefit to engaging in fraud, would you say it's a good action to engage in?
No, I'm an accountant. No, I will never say fraud is right. Dude,
Okay.
No, I can't. I will never say
Okay,
that.
if there were a net benefit from your wife cheating on you and never telling you about it, and you never knew it happened, would you say that she should be engaging in that behavior?
I mean, we're talking about like one time or like a lot of times.
One specific time, or if it was a lot of times, then she still benefited from it. Like you'd still say it was good under your view, right?
No, if it was one time, it was one time, and it was whatever, and it was whatever. Let her, whatever. Not a big deal. Was it the first year of marriage? Not a big deal. Bro, it's not a big deal. Like, dude, like we're gonna be married for like 20 years. Who gives a fuck about like one mistake?
You're a cheater. You're totally a cheater yourself. You've
I'm not
totally
a cheater.
cheated. Bullshit.
No,
Bullshit.
I'm not.
Bullshit.
I'm not.
Bullshit. Totally
Bro, if we're gonna
bullshit.
be
You
married
definitely have
20
cheated
years,
yourself. What the
I
fuck are you
don't
talking
know
about?
That she cheated one time.
Wait, so then you'd be totally okay with your wife cheating on you?
No, I wouldn't. I would absolutely. But you, like you said,
But you just said that there would be no. Wait, would there be a moral issue with it? Because if there's a net benefit, would there be a moral issue?
A moral issue because I wouldn't know, so I would not. I would be treating her the same as normal, right? I wouldn't know.
Yeah. So then, if there's a net benefit to it, you would agree with her cheating on you.
Fuck no, dude. What kind of question?
Wait.
is that?
Okay. So you do think it's morally wrong, even though there's a net benefit?
What the hell? There would be no net benefit from that.
What?
Bro, I'm the greatest person you could
She
ever be with,
benefited.
so
You want to know why she benefited? Because she actually got to finish for once.
No, that's not true.
Well, yeah, because we're talking about your wife.
That's not true. Yeah, good one. yeah. Fuck you.
That made him mad.
Yeah,
dude, I'm serious though. Like that's a totally legitimate and truthful statement.
No, it's not. It's a fucking terrible example. First of all. Terrible example. Never use that again, please. I hope that I'm the only person who ever receives that.
But like I'm just telling you, like that's a net benefit, right?
It's not a net benefit, bro.
It is. It
That's
is.
Your whole fucking whatever you're trying to say.
Wait.
is
If you're
defeated by
talking about from an
net
ethical
benefit.
perspective, if you're talking about from an ethical perspective, you would have to be able to give a justification for that because you're using utilitarianism right here, and I'm presupposing that there's a net benefit from engaging in this action. We can talk about all this stuff.
Utilitarianism.
Let's say she got $1 million.
For banging someone? Hell yeah.
Okay. What about if it was for the rest of her life she had to all the time?
No, hell no.
But every time she'd get $1 million.
Bro, I make enough money that I
But it's a net benefit. It's a net benefit. You'll never know.
Net benefit to just me.
What? It's a net benefit.
No.
Wait, you just said that if there's a net benefit, there's a greater good. The greater good is she's getting $1 million each time she does it.
Your girlfriend can provide the net benefit to society, not me.
Dude, wait, you just said that a net benefit means it's morally
but
right to engage in the action, and I'm just wait, hold up. I'm just disproving that, and I'm saying it's not always the case, right? I think we utilize this idea of like there are rules, right? But you can violate this certain rule, given that like it provides this absurd level of benefit that it would make no sense to not do so. Like for example, lying. We think lying in general is wrong, right? That's a general rule. But in some circumstances, it can make sense to lie, as there can be such a benefit from lying that it would make sense for them to engage in that. Like for example, right? In the context of Nazi Germany, in the context of Nazi Germany, right? It is the case that if you were to tell a lie to a Nazi official and say that you don't have a Jewish person in your attic who's your friend, right? They're not there to save their life, right? That would be a good thing because you saved a life. The benefit was so vast that it made sense to violate the rule. Does that make sense? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's not just going to be in any typical circumstance that there's a net benefit. It's going to be if there's some amazing benefit that meets this particular threshold of violating the rule.
Well, in that context, would you let your girlfriend bang anyone for $1 million because that $1 million could go to charity?
I don't believe that it would meet my threshold of violating the rule. And by the way, what do you mean by let her, right? Like if she wanted to do that for money, for charity, we just wouldn't be in a relationship. You understand that, right? Like the same way it would be the other way around, right?
Well,
like,
I mean, let her as in the fact that you would still be
let
with
her
her.
is crazy. Wait, we're individual
You know what I
people.
mean?
We're individual people, right?
Bro, don't go down the feminist route. And what I'm saying is, like, yes, you are individual people who are together, but you get to decide whether you want to be a part of that or not. That's what I meant. Or first of all, I don't even want to get into this relationship. It's getting too personal.
Yeah, you understand the point that I was making, right?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, that some things are important.
And by the way, are you a feminist?
Am I a feminist?
Yeah.
Well, I was raised by a single mom, so I believe that women are capable of a lot of things. Yeah.
And I'm just asking, are you a feminist?
I don't know feminist values. What I know is that women are very powerful.
You don't know what feminism is?
I don't know what feminist values are. I just know that women.
What? Didn't you just use the term?
No, I don't think so.
You didn't use the term feminist?
I don't know.
You did.
I did. Sorry, I don't know.
So you don't know.
Yeah, I believe in women, bro. Women are very powerful. Dude, I was raised by a single mom.
Hold up. Yeah. So
What?
do you believe in liberation from the patriarchy, and do you believe in equality for men and women?
Absolutely, yes, but that's not how it works.
What do you mean? It's
That's
not how
it
it
works.
works.
I believe in it. It's not, bro. Have you, dude? Here's the thing, Parker. You work TikTok, right? You don't work corporate world. I've been in the corporate world. I've seen how women are treated. They are not treated equally at all.
They should be, right?
Yeah, they should be, man.
So then it sounds like you agree with feminism, and you want to dismantle the patriarchy, right?
I want equality for everyone.
Okay, so you want to dismantle the patriarchy? Why are you so
patriarchy
silent?
benefits me. Because
Wait.
patriarchy benefits me heavily.
Oh, so you don't want to dismantle the patriarchy, even though the
No,
patriarchy
I do, bro. I do.
enforces a lack of equality.
It does. There's such inequality right now. Do I want to?
Wait, you just said women aren't treated the same. You support that? You think women should be discriminated against in hiring?
No, I don't, man. It's
Okay,
so
so then you.
fucked up to see.
Okay, so then why did you just sit there and say that you like and support the patriarchy because it
Because
benefits
then
you?
I can rise to the top, make a lot of money, and I can also then help women not fucking face
So
the same
because
shit
you're a
that
greedy
they're-
piece of shit. That's
that are
why.
female facing.
So you're just
No,
a greedy
no.
piece of shit.
No, you missed the second part where I can see what people are doing to them, and then I can be the change. I can make change.
I have a question. Do you think they're helping out women by voting for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, who literally bragged
I
about
don't
sexually
think that
exploiting
he-
women and
I don't
literally
think he changes
grabbing women by the
the
vagina without
culture.
asking and walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent? Where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as
I
15
don't-
years old in these changing rooms.
Parker, I don't think he changes the culture of America.
You don't think the president of the United States? So that's the most delusional point I've ever heard. You
He's
don't think the
emblematic
president of the
of
United
American
States
culture.
impacts the culture of America? That's ridiculous.
Parker, he's emblematic of the culture that we have right now.
You understand that
he's
he
emblematic.
influences the culture, right? Trump has absolutely influenced the culture. The huge portion of the Republican Party is MAGA because of his influence. What are you talking about?
And in the corporate world, everyone who's boomers and all of them, they are exactly like him. So it's just.
I don't
putting it
think
out to the
every boomer
forefront.
is exactly like Trump. That's a ridiculous thing for you to say.
Man, a lot of them are, man. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I was surprised when I went to the corporate world. I thought like you do a certain thing, you get reported. Go to
By
HR.
the way, my parents are boomers. I don't think this is representative of my parents. I don't think my parents are like Trump. That's ridiculous to say.
Your parents are good people, then.
Oh, so Trump's not a good person. Nice concession.
I don't think Trump is a good person, no. But I think he's
You support a bad person?
no.
No? So you
Yeah,
don't
I don't
support
think
Trump.
I don't think Biden was a good person either, man.
Was Harris a good person?
Harris just has the personality of a potato, man. It's just not.
What do you mean by that? A personality of a potato? What does that mean?
Bro, I saw her interviews. I saw all her interviews. She's just so fucking lackluster. She's just.
What did she
she's
say
just
that was
a
quote unquote
product of the
lackluster?
She was a product of the DNC. She had no personality. She
She
just
does have personality. You just didn't do
Look,
research.
all right. Yeah,
I think you have no
you want her to
personality.
run?
You're a product of
Listen,
the MAGA
Parker,
RNC patriarchy.
You want her to run? You want her to run for president? Yeah, say it.
I would prefer her
Yeah, you
over
don't
Trump.
want her to run.
Absolutely. I would prefer her over Vance.
No,
absolutely.
no. Democrats, all the Democrats running for president. You want her to run for president? No, you don't, dude. She has a personality of
Wait,
potato.
I would ideologically prefer like AOC, for example, but I would prefer Kamala Harris to a hell of a lot of Democrats.
More than Gavin Newsom?
Actually, yes.
This is why the party will never win.
How?
How's it never gonna win, bro?
How? Because I literally advocate for the facts and the reality in which I believe in. You just say I'm disingenuous for no reason. You just say that Kamala Harris has like a potato for personality for no reason. You have no basis to this intellectually speaking. Dude, you sound crazy.
I don't sound crazy.
Yes, you do.
Because I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I went to college, bro.
What'd you say?
I went to college. I'm not crazy.
You think going to college makes you not crazy?
I went to debate camp, bro. No, I didn't. No, I'm not.
You went to debate camp.
Yeah, it was a camp for debates. Yeah.
Wow, dude, you better get a refund, bro.
No, you should go to debate camp, bro. It's actually kind of fun.
I'm not going to the debate camp you went to. Jesus Christ, dude. What happened there?
It's actually a really good
Holy shit, dude. What the fuck happened there, dude? What did you learn at debate camp? You better get a refund, bro. Genuinely, that's crazy, bro. Because if you think that you have good debate skills, I'm sorry, but you need to go back to camp.
No, I do.
You need to go back to camp.
Yeah,
If you think that he needs to go back to camp, type 3 in the comment section, everyone. Latonia, thank you so much. I really
Type
appreciate the
three,
$20 on
type three if
YouTube
you
Super
disagree
Chat.
with them. Type three if you
Latonia, thank you
disagree
so
with
much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much.
three
JB,
if
thank
you
you so much. I
disagree
really
with
appreciate the
them. Oh, there you
$5.
go.
Thank you so much. I really
Everyone
appreciate it.
disagrees.
Emily, thank you for the $10 for this guy cheated 1,000%, honestly. Jolish, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jolish. Tommy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, why are we not creatively, positively seeking solutions where everyone benefits at the end? True. Storm, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Storm. I appreciate it. Thank you. Glampire, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Libby, thank you for the $20. I appreciate it, Libby. Get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, seriously. Dustin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Giggity Gal, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Grady, thank you so much for the $5 for money for debate camp. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jenna, thank you so much for the $5 for happy birthday, Parker. It's not my birthday. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd have to read that in a second. Thank you so much, Emily. Sam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Sam in the comment section? Ellie, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get a hey, Ellie and Mimi? Yeah, hey, Ellie and Mimi. Oh, it's good to see. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Parker, can we have a debate where, all right, let's turn off empathy for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Turn off empathy for 5 minutes. Let's just talk about economics. Only. Just turn off empathy for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll get back to empathy in 5 minutes, okay?
I can't do that. I can't turn off empathy for 5. That's not how it works.
Turn it off for 5 minutes, bro. From the economic.
No. That's my answer. No. One DV, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. What the hell? Turn off empathy? What is this guy talking about?
Right? You read Freakonomics, right? About how to solve the hunger problem, you eat babies, blah blah. You solve the population problem. You read Freakonomics or no?
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time.
Have you read the satire Freakonomics?
No, I haven't.
It's how to solve world hunger and how to solve blah blah. You eat babies, you solve the population problem, you solve the world hunger, blah blah. Anyway, it's Freakonomics, really good book, satire, but it solves a lot of problems by ways that are not ethical, right? But it's satire book back in the Victorian ages. Anyway, the reason why I'm mentioning that is if we turn off empathy for 5 minutes, and we can solve these issues, right? And the way we can solve them is, one, I understand immigration. I understand the necessity for it because our birth rate is declining. We don't have enough kids, right? And immigration is kind of filling that backlog of not repopulating America. Is that fair to say?
I think immigration is an important aspect of being able to maintain our social services. I do think our birth rate's been below replacement rate since the 1970s, around there.
But if we had kids at a replacement rate,
that's not going to just happen like that. And even if say that did happen, that still doesn't mean that there isn't an economic benefit from immigration. This is just another economic benefit to immigration.
No,
and Sin, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $2 as well. And then Brianna, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you.
No,
True,
bro. I'm splitting a line, and I'm trying to come to the middle where we can say we can reduce immigration or illegal immigration by increasing birth rate, by giving incentives, right? Giving incentives that's the left side, and the right side. Well, one is child credits, right?
Child tax credit? That's what Kamala Harris is trying to do. She was trying to increase the child tax credit.
That's one part. Yeah, that's one part. The other part is probably by some child care support, right?
Some child care support? Like, can you name one child care policy? Wait, hold up. Can you name one child care policy that Donald Trump supports, right, that you think is a good thing?
I don't fucking know anybody's child care. I'm just telling you from a unethical, or not ethical, from a economic perspective. what would benefit our country. Okay? So, something to increase the birth rate. Like Japan is paying people to have kids, right? That's what they're doing, right? Yes, you can nod your head. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's what. Are you
Maggie,
aware
you
of
think
what's
of the
going on?
galaxy. Thank you.
Well,
I'd need you to land the plane.
what?
Land the plane.
The plane is that we can offer incentives to increase the birth rate. Right now, we don't have a lot of incentives. We can learn from other countries like Japan, where they offer money for having more kids. We can offer better services for parents. We can do those things, and those are all leftist policies, which will help us
I asked you, can I get an answer? What was Trump's policy?
on this shit.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, increasing the child care tax credit. It's just not enough.
Kamala Harris was going to do that to a greater extent. So name the policy that Trump was going to do that was so great for
Harris
this.
had the personality potato. She would never have gotten enacted, bro.
Okay, so
We'll
you're
never
just
have-
your whole response to this is that it just wouldn't have happened. That's not an argument.
No, I just honestly, truly believe that you have to be able to be. You have to garner people's attention and to vote for policies that you want to enact. Right?
Yeah.
This is right. No, Bernie Sanders, for example, right? Great policies, but it would never have worked because he cannot garner the support needed to pass some of those policies, right?
I think that him getting into the position of presidency would increase the likelihood of that happening, right? And it would increase what we're going to get comparative to what we would have otherwise got.
But look what
So
happened
you
with
have to understand.
Mondale, right?
You have to understand. You have to understand that we might not be able to get 100% of what they said, but that we can get at least a greater percentage of what they were saying. And if we got this particular percentage under Trump, we would have gotten even more with someone from the position of presidency advocating for even more. You understand that, right? Especially if they got voted in. So you should have just voted correctly.
Mandami got elected, right?
Yes, Mom
Right,
Donnie got elected.
social Democrat, whatever. Right, you know who else got elected?
Yeah.
Republican and Democratic supported person in the House Senate who was elected to basically pull the reins on Mandami. So people don't want this radical shit. Sorry, Mom Donnie. So people elected another person to rein his bullshit in, right? So there's a balancing act there, right? So you can't.
Okay, chat. We're just gonna go on to the next person. I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore, man. I couldn't. I'm sorry. It's just so bad. It's so bad. I can't do it, man. Hopefully we can get another debate. Oh gosh, everyone. Hopefully we can get another debate. I do think it's kind of brutal today, everyone. For some reason, I do think that we're not getting as many guest requests today. It's really weird. Yo, what's the audio?
6, 7.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
You don't even know.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm Harrison G.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Fuck you so hard. I killed Charlie Kirk.
What the fuck? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I don't know why you would say that. That's just not a smart thing to do. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Nah, fuck you, man. Respectfully, of course.
Yo, what's good, Parker? Big fan, bro.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I don't know what the camera was on there. I think they maybe accidentally turned it on or something. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Okay, we don't have that many guest requests, actually.
Hey, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. We're getting a bunch of trolls right now. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join.
You're good, you're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
March.
I honestly just don't believe you. I'm sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19, January 2006.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump because I am Charlie Kirk. Kick me, bro. Kick me right now, bro. Kick me right now. Kick me right now, bro. Kick me.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Toads, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Fucking nigger. I fucked Charlie
You're
Kirk.
so disgusting. Toads, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Toads in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Toads. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, yeah, the caller should. That's absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Toads. Jolish, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. And Gohan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Honestly. Dark Meridian, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, Parker.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Sounds like they weren't old enough. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, we're at like 1,600 likes on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. If you're a Trump supporter, make sure to send a guest request right now. If there's any Trump supporting lives right now, honestly, just like tell those motherfuckers to join and send a guest request because they're scared. Get off your live and join Parker to get a job stream and debate him. Like, seriously, like, they just need to come in and debate us. That's what they need to do. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully it's better tomorrow. Sam, thank you so much for the $5. I have no clue. And then Benjamin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. I'm not really seeing like any new guest requests, everyone. Honestly, like I think I'm maxed out. Like there's literally like practically no one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
So you debated CK, no?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. Donald
Why are you
Trump.
laughing?
It's just funny you asked like between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. That's why.
Kamala. Yeah. Why is that funny?
Yeah, why Kamala? Why Kamala?
Kamala, because she was the last candidate from the Democratic Party. So I'm trying to see if you regret your vote.
Oh, no, I don't. No.
Okay. So then why do you support Trump still?
Well, actually, so you talked with Charlie Kirk, haven't you? Like, what do you think about what happened with him? If you don't mind talking about that. Like, you think it was from
I
the
do mind.
Democrats, or
I
do you
don't
think it
want to
was...
talk about it.
No.
Do you want to tell me why you support Trump?
You know, as soon as he started talking about like Israel and stuff like that with Ben Shapiro, that's whenever, you know, it's around that time whenever that happened to
Can
him.
you just tell me like why you support Trump? I don't care to hear your new conspiracy theory that you're dropping.
You don't think? Okay. All right, maybe you should talk about something like that. You know, just saying. But
could you like
all
answer my
good.
question? Why do you support Trump?
I mean, honestly, I came on here to talk about Charlie Kirk, but it's all good. My
What is
opinion
your
on Trump is
obsession,
because
bro? Why do you support Trump?
I've seen him do more things than like Joe Biden has. That's such as all the moves that he makes. It's more like
be specific.
He seems to make. Yeah, honestly, I don't know enough to debate on here. Okay.
Then why did you send a guest request, bro? What are you doing? What are you doing? Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Nigger. We killed
You're
Charlie Kirk.
disgusting. You're disgusting. Why they make new accounts? Like what's going on? Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Pocket is such a cutie patootie. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
We're getting so many trolls right now, chat. We're getting so many trolls. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give us a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 38.
Do you support Trump?
I do in certain aspects, yes.
If you could go back in time with the knowledge that you have right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm going to be honest, at this point, I would vote for Kamala. I'm not happy with certain things.
Okay, based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everyone. I'm trying to get the next person up here. I really apologize for this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Merry Christmas.
Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second. Why are the callers so young? It's because disproportionately kids are going to be more likely to troll on the stream.
Out of this.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I'm old. I'm not sure how to click out of this.
Do you support Trump?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You're good. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everyone. We are trying to get the next person up here. Do give it a second. Sometimes it takes a second in between. This is pretty hard to get a debate up here, actually.
Dale.
Sound like a troll. I might hit a restart after a little bit. I don't know how much a restart would do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 67 years old.
How old are you actually?
6'7".
Only son of guest requested. Do you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen?
You're fucking nigger.
They made a whole new account, dude. You're so gross. This is getting brutal, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 29 years old.
What's your birth year?
January 10, 1996.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
At this point, probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I'm just here mostly to try to, well, give you some information about what's going on with Venezuela. I live in the U.S. I live in Iowa and Minnesota, but I am from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like people are a little misinformed, and I mean I love you guys, like you and Dean, but at the same time I don't want you to give out information that, or at least provide the full context of what's going on, rather than just say that what's happening is wrong. Because, well, me, in my case, my parents are there, my family, a lot of my family's there, and it is very messed up how this government has been there for like 27 years at this point, and they've destroyed the country. There are reasons for the U.S. to do what.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you support the 60+ people that were murdered off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS?
Yes.
Why?
I do not think that they just randomly did that. So.
No, but what justification do you have for that? There was no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS, and even if they did, it would have been a reason to detain them once they got to U.S. waters.
So, wait, once I'm scared because someone is sliding in. Okay. So it is a complicated situation. I cannot say I'm completely okay with it, but like with what happened with the boats. But at the same time, it happened. It is probably just something to kind of force some sort of action. I do think that there probably would have been a better way to do that, but they were carrying drugs. Like, I know
there was no evidence that they had DRUGS. 1, 2. You could have just detained them once they got to U.S. waters. There's no reason to murder them. That does not make us any more safe. That literally is just straight up murder. So the fact that you would sit here and defend that is crazy.
It is messed up, but I don't know what. It's something that kind of had to happen in a way.
No,
I'm not saying
it did
that
not have to
specifically.
happen. That's a lie. It did not have to happen. Where'd you get that from?
I'm not saying that specifically, but something had to happen. It's not just this is
What?
not just the. I'm not defending the boat thing, but I'm just looking at the bigger picture on this. Um, that it's not just the stuff with the boats, but also um, Venezuela has been, for some context, Venezuela has been given passports to terrorists. They have, like, you can look this up online. They have been given passports to Hezbollah. There are CNN reports on this. They have some people from Russia also came out at some point and said that they could perhaps use Venezuela as a station for their nuclear arsenal in the region. So there are
What are
many
your
things.
sources for these claims?
For the first one, you can just look up. What did I look up? Venezuela Venezuela gives passports to Hezbollah, CNN. And then for the second one, well, let me know if you find that.
There's nothing proven. There's an allegation from like the past.
That there has been many. I mean, yeah, that was like probably like
That's not a reason
those
to like
reports
go
came
and
out
like
like
want to
10
start a
years
war.
ago.
That's not a reason to like go start a war.
Well, there's that. There's also the fact that they lost the elections and they just stayed in power. But that's not the problem of the U.S. and I get
Okay,
that.
wait. You know, like the very thing that Trump was not only claiming that he'll do specifically Trump 2028. Yes, he literally posted that on Truth Social. Like you can literally see this. This is what he posted.
Yeah.
Secondly, he literally sent false leads of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. So if it was about
and I
like
totally
staying in
agree with
power,
you on
then
all of that.
okay,
I
so
totally agree with you on all of that. I feel
so
like
then why do you support Trump then?
At this point, it is I am supporting these actions against the regime in Venezuela because this not only affects Venezuelans like big time, but also the U.S. by having those people that are like
Wait, I just want
terrorists
to let you know, like the United States has supported dictatorships around the world. By the way, we have an echo. Like in overturning democracies. So I don't trust the United States. You have an echo, by the way. I'm gonna mute you. Yeah, you have an echo. I hear myself when I'm speaking. Just letting you know. But by the way, are you driving? You can unmute. I sent you an invite to unmute. Are you driving? You have to unmute. Click the microphone in the bottom right for Nudie to be able to hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not driving. All right, I can open the door.
Okay. I do hear an echo, just letting you know. Is there a way you could fix that?
Probably.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. All right, where were we at? I forgot because it kind of cut off my thought process.
So no, I do not. I understand all of that. Like it's honestly, I can tell you that it's one of the reasons why you should support what's happening with Venezuela because we already have a leadership for Venezuela. We have the leader, the person that won the elections, is currently exiled, and then the vice president is in hiding in the country. So we do have the leadership that's gonna come into power. I do not support what Trump says in like all of the fucking 2028 bullshit. But that being said, if there is this option to get rid of this terrible regime,
So you want him
I
to go to war? I mean, should we do regime change for every war around the world that we disagree with what their government's doing?
not necessarily. I just
So why only Venezuela?
no, I just think that there has to be a little bit more. Well, you were talking about how we have to be um, like how we have to have some empathy for people, and I
Yeah,
think
so then
that
why would the empathy only extend to people from Venezuela and not people from any other
it's
country around the world? I don't
it's
believe the United States is the world police. That's my point. Is that
no,
I
it's
think
not that necessarily. My point is more so if
and
those
also by the way, I
points
don't
are
trust
getting.
Trump to do this. Like I don't at all.
I understand that too. I am with you there. I am also someone that had to leave my country because of certain situations. So I am talking from experience on this. It is
Yeah, and
like it
I mean,
is
I would love to
freaking
make conditions
terrifying.
better for countries around the world, but I just genuinely, I don't think that the United States should be the world police. I don't believe
Yeah,
that we should be using the military to do so because I think that we've destabilized countries around the world rather than building them up.
the thing is, we have tried Parker for in many ways. Like we have reached out to the UN, the what is the other one called? The OAN. I'm not sure what the other one's called, but there's this guy called Karim Khan, I think it is, and he was one of the guys on top of one of these organizations, and he had very close ties with the regime. So anytime any conversation was to be brought up about Venezuela, he would just postpone the, like those talking points forever. And so this has been going on for years. Like this is not the first time they steal elections. We just have the proof this time.
Okay, I just don't
And
know why you'd
so
support Trump who actively tried to do the same thing in the United States because you don't want that to happen in other countries. That just genuinely does not make any sense to me.
nope. So I just it is mostly just to
Like Trump literally
make,
tried to do that here. Like literally tried to do that here. So I don't know why you'd support him.
and I understand that. I am not disputing that. I think that given the fact that this is already happening, I I support the actions.
I just don't think Trump's going to do it or care to specifically address that. I just think he's using that as an argument. He's probably doing this for oil.
Oh, probably, yeah. The okay, so the it is
Like,
it is
so if he's
complicated.
just doing it for oil, then why do you support him because of this?
It is partially because of oil, yeah. But I think
partially. I mean, didn't you just say it was because of it? No, it's partially.
It is partially, and so I think I don't know what they talk in private, but Marco Rubio has had or has been wanting to get rid of these regimes forever. And I think Marco Rubio probably sold the idea to Trump in the basis of oil. So yeah, that is a thing. I'm not
Okay, so I genuinely I don't understand how that's going to be a reason to go in there and to focus specifically on Venezuela, rather than addressing any of the other things that are happening around the world. Plus, I genuinely don't think Trump is concerned for the people of Venezuela. Right, so I think if you're going to do an operation tied towards trying to help another country, one, it's got to be in tandem with the people, right? And two, right, there's got to be right a person who genuinely cares about the people, leading this, Trump is not someone who meets either of those criteria.
I don't think he's necessarily leading these. He doesn't lead shit. He doesn't, like, he just listens to whatever people sell, whatever idea people sell to him. So that is all. Yeah, I mean,
So then he's just not qualified to be president? Is that your view?
no. But he was already elected.
Okay. Is there any policy of Trump's you like outside of this? Or is this the only... Are you a single issue voter?
Single issue voter.
Single issue voter. Okay. So even though Trump's goal is not to help the people of Venezuela, and his goal is specifically to get oil for the United States, you still support him no matter what? Like, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, stop those actions. That is literally my only...
Okay. Only. So then if he were in the Epstein files and he raped children with Jeffrey Epstein, would you still support him?
I don't necessarily support him. I just wanted to bring up those issues, and I know you're gonna kick me, but I just
So
wanted
you
to bring up
wouldn't
those.
actually vote for him?
No,
Okay.
but
So I
but
am going
he's
to go to the
already in
next
power.
person. I do think it's obviously something to address, but yeah, I mean, it's not a reason to support Trump, of course. Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're having trouble getting some debates up here. I really apologize, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year? I don't know. My patience is being tested very hard, everyone. Very hard. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? We have about 50 minutes left on the live, everyone. 50 minutes, a little less than 50 minutes left on the live, just letting everyone know. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a banana.
Alrighty, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Nicholas, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Nicholas. Thank you. Get some W's for Nicholas in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm here. I do support Donald Trump. I'm a law student
What's
at
your
Harvard
birth year?
University. I'm August 10th, 2003.
Okay, and you said you're how old?
I'm 22 years old.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Lovey, thank you for the $5. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Lovey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Molly as well. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Everyone does deserve insulin. Absolutely. Mariah, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kristen, again, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up there. Alrighty. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, or Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. My Cash App is still down, everyone. It's still down, and I've actually had no updates on it, but I'll keep everyone updated on it. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
First of all, I think a lot of his issues on social issues I much prefer over Kamala Harris, which is why I voted for him last year. Economically, I'm a major capitalist, and a lot of his things favor the things I'm for.
Wait, so do you regret voting for Kamala Harris?
I did not vote for Kamala Harris.
I thought you just said you did.
I said I didn't. These are the reasons I did not vote for Kamala Harris. I voted for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, repeat that then? The original one?
Yes, I voted for Donald Trump because of the social issues he favored.
What social
Harris.
issues?
Well, a lot of the trans things. My thing was
What
the
specifically
importance
with trans people?
the importance of how the Democratic Party favored that over other issues, and how it was not much of the problem for the Republican Party, not much of an issue for the Republican Party, and it was much more of a leading role for the Democratic Party and Kamala
Okay,
Harris.
so then tell me why the Democratic Party put $0 into defending trans people, and the Republican Party put over $250 million into attacking trans people.
Into attacking trans people. I'm honestly, from my personal experiences with the Republican Party and all the trans people I know, and that's a lot, they did not. I mean, you can call it attacking. It's not attacking.
It is attacking trans people.
It's not really.
It is.
You can have your opinion, but I mean,
It is. I mean, the Trump administration has kicked trans people out of the military. The Trump administration is going after the rights for trans people to own access to the Second Amendment. Right? Trump is absolutely going after trans people, constantly using trans people as this like sort of idea of, oh, they're committing all this violence, they're doing all this bad, when trans people are not a threat to everyone as a whole.
The reasoning Trump is, especially limiting the Second Amendment for people with trans rights, is because of the issues going on with people with trans rights and guns. I mean,
How so? What's the issue? This is what I mean.
Have you not been looking at the issues of trans people with gun laws? I mean,
tell me, what are the issues?
Where I live in New Jersey, a school nearby already has had an issue with a trans person and a shooting. Right? There's been shooting.
So, what percent of mass shootings are trans people?
Oh, I'm sure probably not a large percentage.
They're actually disproportionately less likely to engage in said violence. So, do you want to be blaming? Do you want to be blaming right-wing, white, straight, cis men in this country?
Sorry, say again?
Do you want to blame white, straight, cis men specifically in this country who lean right? Because that's typically who's more likely to do so.
I wouldn't. And honestly, this is not where my argument was for. I think when we're talking about gun and school shootings, it is so disproportionate bringing up trans people.
No, it's not. There's no evidence that trans people are disproportionately more likely to commit said crime. They are actually disproportionately less likely based on mass shooting statistics.
You're not understanding my point. There is not enough information to say whether or not.
Then you cannot make a claim that it's a problem. If there's not enough information, you don't have enough evidence to make a claim that there's a problem. So why are you making this? So then why are you making this claim that there's something to address in terms of literally fear-mongering about trans people as a reason to take away their Second Amendment rights for no evidence-based position? Johnny, think of the Viking Hammer. There's so much more what?
Aggression in the trans and LGBTQ
There's
community.
no evidence of that. What evidence do you have that there's? What evidence do you have that there's more? Wait, listen. What evidence do you have that there's more aggression amongst the LGBTQ plus community comparative to the rest of society?
Yeah, I can give you firsthand evidence. I've been to protests.
An anecdote? What? So you're gonna say you went to a protest and someone treated you mean?
Oh, I'm not talking about myself. I mean, yes, myself, and I mean, you can just go and see yourself how they treat other people. I go there with
How do they treat you?
View. Very angry, physically attacking me, trying to steal my hat.
So by the way, so physically attacking, stealing your hat's not physically attacking you. Be real.
That is physically attacking
you. Now, if you're, shut the fuck up. You're so embarrassing. You're comparing being physically attacked to someone taking your hat. I'm sorry. If someone took my hat, I wouldn't say I was. If someone took my hat, I wouldn't say that they physically attacked me. That's definitely not what I would say in that circumstance. And by the way, you're probably your MAGA hat. Embarrassing. Now, again, you're going to sit there and complain about one person who literally took your hat, your MAGA hat, right? And you're going to use that as a method to justify like generalizing all of trans people and all of the LGBTQ+ community as quote unquote more aggressive. One, that's an anecdote, not a prescription about most people. And two, that's not even you being like physically attacked, bro. That was embarrassing that you just said that. They're trying to steal my MAGA hat.
You can have a different view to what my opinion. It wasn't a MAGA hat, but you can have a different view on what assault is and whatever.
Wait, what type of hat was it?
It was not a MAGA hat. It was just a sports team hat.
Why would they just try to steal your hat if it's a sports team hat?
And people do stupid shit. Okay, I can't tell you
what was the point of. What would be the point of doing that?
They were not trying to. They were just trying to fuck with me. Just trying to take my hat. I was because I was arguing with them and they were not being happy. They were not very happy with me.
Okay, well, again, I don't know why that's a reason why you're generalizing the LGBTQ+ community as a whole, that seems absurd. Would you say
Well,
that
the thing
because
about
wait,
Donald
by
Trump-
the way, would you point towards one white person who's a serial killer and then literally brand all white people as serial killers because of that?
Absolutely not, and I'm not doing that with trans people at all.
That's what you're doing.
No,
That's
I'm giving
exactly
you one
what you're
example
doing.
of a personal. I'm giving you one example of a personal.
If you think that's what the guest is doing, type 3 in the comment section.
Right, everyone type 3. Let's do it. Type 3.
Yep, you heard him here first, folks. Chalupa Batman, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for law, a student using anecdotal evidence to prove a point. Lamau, hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, I think I would rather personally. I'm not. I think you can tell. I'm not extremely great when talking about trans because I'm very biased. But I would much rather talk about economic policies and.
Okay, if you want to talk about economics, let's go for
policies.
it. Let's go for
Let's
it.
talk about it. So what would you not support with Donald Trump and the economic policies? Let's talk about the tariffs, for example.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't
What is it-
support the tariffs?
what is a tariff?
I mean, taxation. Like, is that a joke? On imports. from
What
other
type of
countries.
taxation? What are you taxing?
Importing or imports from other countries.
Yeah, and who pays that tax?
The American people pay that tax.
Okay. And so the American consumers disproportionately, because of the American importing business passing it down to the consumers because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. So given that that's the case, why would you support tariffs given that it negatively impacts American consumers?
American consumers pay that tax. People from other countries pay taxes for tariffs as well.
What?
Overall, it's
No,
used,
wait,
it's
no,
used-
wait, no. It's paid by the American consumer disproportionately.
I understand that, but what's up? But the problem is with tariffs is that there's a massive misconception. You know, China dumped steel and aluminum into the U.S. markets at artificially low prices. They stole IP. They forced U.S. companies to hand over technology just to operate there. They manipulated currency to undercut the U.S. exporting prices. No U.S. president, Republican or Democrat, did anything meaningful in 20 years. Trump said no and used tariffs to punish them.
So if you just want to talk about China, that's separate from the tariffs that he placed upon other countries around the world?
No, I mean, that's just one example. Tariffs, they raised penalties on cheap Chinese imports. They pressured Mexico and Canada to negotiate NAFTA. They encouraged U.S. investment.
Wait, NAFTA? Negotiate NAFTA? You're talking about through the USMCA, which they reduced tariffs on, right? And then Donald Trump imposed greater tariffs recently, right? The USMCA was his first term. He imposed greater tariffs on Canada and Mexico that would go against what the prescriptions were in terms of the USMCA. Like, it didn't continue the USMCA.
All the things he was putting tariffs on was to get, you know, a chokehold on other countries, and it's worked.
I'm sorry, like, the tariffs being implemented have not worked. Our economy is significantly worse off now. We're not doing better off now.
You're telling me other countries aren't cutting deals to benefit the United States?
I'm saying that we have been made worse off because of this, and the deals have not been made to benefit the United States, especially in all circumstances, because Donald Trump literally reduced tariffs on Switzerland because he got a gold bar and a Rolex clock.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably just one example you saw. Well, take this for example.
That's something that Donald Trump did, is it not?
When we were talking about the border, right? And we raised tariffs on Canada, and they increased in Mexico as well, and they increased the number of soldiers they had on their border.
They had a higher amount under the Biden-Harris administration at the very end.
Right. Let me finish. They increased the amount of soldiers they had on the border.
There was more under
due
Biden.
to us lowering the tariffs from them. Do you think that's not a benefit to the United States?
There was more under Biden, so there was less
Right.
under Trump, and it was without tariffs.
When Trump took office, there was a set amount of soldiers the Mexican government put on the border. Trump gave them the tariffs. After they gave them the tariffs, they made an agreement to put more troops on the border to lower the tariffs.
There were
Then
originally
they put
more
tariffs
people
on the
that
border.
were agreed to be brought specifically to the border under the Biden-Harris administration. I'm going to keep reading the same point.
I understand that, but that's not my point I'm making.
I understand,
point
but
is-
it
My
disproves
point is the
you.
exact point I'm bringing up is that they had tariffs. They lowered them because they brought more troops to the border. So your point of bringing up another administration is not relevant to what I'm saying.
I'm saying we got more troops without there being tariffs. So why do
I
we
understand
need
that.
the tariffs if we got more without them?
I understand that's your point. Again, that's not relevant to what I'm saying because I am giving you an example of how the tariffs literally worked. You can say we got
No,
them
you
for
aren't.
a different way in
No,
a
you aren't.
past administration, but
Can you
Donald
name
Trump
one?
in this
Let me ask you
administration.
this question. Can you name one
Go ahead.
macro indicator that is better off since Trump imposed tariffs?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Not a single one. You can't name any of them. Not inflation.
Define what exactly that is. I am a law student, but I don't know exactly what you
Yeah, a
mean by
macro
that.
indicator would be something like inflation, unemployment, real GDP. Right.
Yeah,
Those are
I
macro indicators.
would you consider manufacturing output and investment?
That wouldn't necessarily be a macro indicator, but manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
U.S. steel capacity utilization moved above something like 70-80%.
I'd have to specifically look at the industry that you're referencing, but if you want to reference overall, domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
This is from his first term.
His first term, there was also a decline in domestic manufacturing investment.
He imposed tariffs were imposed in 2017 and 2019 in the U.S. and
I understand, but there is still a
manufacturing
decline in domestic manufacturing investment.
before the tariffs. Still sat at like 70% for years in like a debt spiral zone. After tariffs, plants rehired and reopened, and the micro takeaway is that tariffs revived critical industry capacity.
We
Instead
saw a
of letting
decline
plants
in
run
real
down.
domestic manufacturing investment under Trump's first term and his
Look at
second term.
industrial jobs. Manufacturing jobs growth accelerated in his
If
first term as well.
investment declines within
500,000 new.
manufacturing, that means that there's less investment to pay workers.
500,000 new manufacturing jobs created pre-COVID. Am I wrong to say that?
So one thing you're not taking into account is that these are jobs that specifically just came under the administration, but you're not taking into account overall that there was a reduction in the level of domestic manufacturing investment, which means that you have a reduction in the amount of jobs, right, that are overall going to exist. What you're not acknowledging is that in terms of these different types of manufacturing jobs, the jobs come in and then they go away. So when you say new jobs, what you're not taking into account is the overall long-term permanent references for jobs. You're referencing jobs that specifically could be temporary, right? You're not referencing jobs that are specifically long-term.
You tell me 500,000 jobs were temporary.
I'm not saying every single job was temporary, but I'm just saying that you don't have a distinction or delineation between which jobs were temporary, which jobs were permanent.
Right. Well, 500,000. I can't. I don't think you can.
And
make
you know that there were if you want to make this point, there were 15
jobs.
million jobs overall that were added under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you say that Biden is responsible for the 15
I'm
million
just talking
jobs?
about manufacturing jobs. I'm just talking about manufacturing jobs.
Okay. There was a manufacturing boom under the Biden-Harris administration. We saw a massive increase in domestic manufacturing investment under Biden, degrees in which we haven't seen in decades.
Right, and you still saw a manufacturing job increase under Trump as well.
Again, since Trump's got in office, not only have we seen an increase in
I'm on the first
unemployment rate
term. I'm talking
and a
about the first
decrease in the
term.
domestic manufacturing investment, we saw that under the first term as well. Again, you say this.
You saw a 500,000.
You keep repeating that point, but you don't even know what that means. You don't even know how to fucking interpret
I don't know
data.
what an increase of 500,000 manufacturing jobs means.
No,
You're
you
making
don't.
the point that those are temporary jobs.
Yeah, I'm saying that there was not a delineation between what's temporary and what's long term. There's also not an understanding in terms of
Right,
these
and you can't say that
manufacturing
with
jobs
Biden
of what is the overall level of manufacturing investment that existed at that particular time. Because, again, if there's a decline in domestic manufacturing investment, that's going to create worse off conditions for laborers within the industry that you're referencing. And I don't know what you're talking about. Do you see what's your point?
My point was there was an increase of 500,000 jobs.
You're just gonna keep repeating the same thing.
No, that's not. But the point you're making can apply under the Biden administration as well.
You're saying the point that I'm making can apply to the Biden. How so? In what way are you referencing?
In what way are you referencing that what your point said is not also a point you could make under the Biden administration?
That there was, you can. You can
Now
say
I'm
that
asking
you can say that some of the jobs that happened under the Biden-Harris administration weren't specifically due to the Biden-Harris administration, but we can point to policies that they enacted that specifically did lead to it.
Okay.
And since Trump's got in office, we've we haven't seen an increase in manufacturing jobs. We've actually
I
seen
was
a
referring to
decline.
the first term. I was referring to the first term.
Okay. His first term, I mean, we actually saw stagnation. There was increase under Obama, but there was stagnation under Trump.
For manufacturing jobs?
Yeah, between the years of October 2018 and up to February 2020, there was stagnation.
Right. I was not actually aware of that in terms of manufacturing. I'm pretty sure there is a surplus.
Yeah, I'm looking
in
at
jobs.
all employees manufacturing.
I see what you're saying. So, your
there
point
there went from an increasing trend under Obama to a stagnation under Trump, right, pre-COVID, and then there was a decline, and then a massive increase under the Biden-Harris administration that leveled out, inevitably. And then we've seen a decline since Trump got in office.
I don't know where you're finding that information from.
From the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, got that. So your point is you think because of the policies Biden made, you think that wait, so you're telling me from 2018 to 2020, not because of COVID, you saw a job decrease?
In 2020, we saw a job decline. Yeah, I cut that off. What do you ask that again? Sorry.
I said so. Are you telling me that that's not due to COVID of the job decrease?
The job decrease? No, I was saying the stagnation. The stagnation was pre-COVID. Yeah,
Okay.
I told you about numbers pre-COVID. February 2020 was pre-COVID.
Right, and so what policies contribute to Biden's job increase in his administration?
Yeah, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Mm-hmm. And you don't think a single policy under Donald Trump led to increase in jobs?
I would bet there'd be some marginal increase, but not comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. I think the Biden-Harris administration did significantly more.
Right, but you think the Biden growth didn't happen because people lost their jobs, and after COVID, there was obviously going to be jobs that were coming back? You don't think that was why?
We can account for that, but I do think that it's important to acknowledge that it's not just that, and that the policies they implemented caused an increase in domestic manufacturing investment to a massive
Obviously,
degree,
that there's
which
going
would
to
then
be a
carry over
massive
to
job
increasing
increase under Biden,
the
though.
level of jobs in the long run for manufacturing.
Well, obviously, there's going to be a job increase under Biden. It's insane to say that Biden wouldn't have a larger job increase than Donald Trump because of COVID.
I'm saying that Biden put more into like manufacturing than Trump has.
I understand that, but the point is I'm making is that no matter what he done, as long as it's somewhat beneficial, there's going to be so much more of a benefit in the Biden administration because of COVID.
Yeah, like if you just look at the numbers, so that's the point I'm making. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Just looking at the numbers. That's why
Because
I told
of
you
COVID, if Donald
you've got to
Trump was
look
in
at.
that position,
That's why I told
if they-
you got to look at things that they've done specifically to cause these things to happen. Could you mention any of Trump's policies that he passed to cause that to happen?
In his first term, I could not. I was not old enough to know much information about that. But my point is if they switch positions and Donald Trump was in the position of Joe Biden in his term, the same thing would have happened.
Okay. Actually, I would argue that there would have been less because again, there would have been less funding in terms of infrastructure and more money
I'm
given
saying
in,
because of COVID,
massive
there was
tax
bound to
breaks
be
to
a-
millionaires and billionaires.
I'm explaining because of COVID, there was bound to be a job increase, which is why Biden had so many.
Like 15 million people lose their jobs or whatever.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Well, you're not. Yeah, of course, and there were rebound. Of course, there were rebound jobs, but the increase wasn't only in rebound jobs.
Yeah, obviously it won't be.
What'd you say?
Or they? What do you mean? Elaborate on that.
The increase wasn't only a rebound because we can point to the investment in manufacturing, and it's significantly higher than what it was pre-pandemic.
Do you have the number for how many rebound jobs people got?
For how many jobs overall people got back? Or how many lost?
Yeah, rebound job. People who lost their job because of COVID and then got them back under the Biden.
No, I don't know the portion of the amount of jobs that were rebound jobs off the top of my head.
Well, you don't know that, but you're saying it's statistics that heavily relies on it.
No, it doesn't. I'm making a claim that there were more things done to increase the amount of jobs. I'm not claiming how many jobs are created. I'm just claiming that there are more things done to increase jobs under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration. I think the Trump administration does worse for jobs, and since he's got in office, we've actually seen that impact. And I can tell you what caused that: the tariffs he implemented.
If this country is one of the worst states it's been in years, right? Of course, every good thing you do to the country is going to look a lot more significant than compared to when the country is already back on its feet. So of course he's going to have more people getting their jobs back. Of course he's going to have a higher increase in jobs. There's less. There's less of a floor.
Again, but what did Trump do to cause an increase in the jobs? You don't even know. So if you don't even know, how can you defend his economic policy if you don't know anything he's done to benefit the economy?
I just got here. I don't know what y'all were debating before this. I just got here.
Yeah, so your friend had no clue a single policy that led to the economy being better off because of Trump.
Didn't he cause corporate and small business tax cuts?
Okay, well that's you saying a new one. Now in terms of this, the tax cuts are through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is now through the Big Beautiful Bill, which is an overall horrible, atrocious policy because it gives most of its tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Well, listen. Stop acting like a child.
Whoa.
Yeah, so instead of giving most of the amount money tax breaks, the policy itself gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, while simultaneously cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 10 million people on average, specifically off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So that policy is dog shit.
Corporate tax decrease from 35 to 21%. That's huge.
Wait, repeat that?
Corporate
35
tax.
to 21. That's for the top marginal tax rate. For some of the tax rates, like for example, for the first $50,000 in income, it actually increased by 6% from 15% to 21%. Secondly, corporate tax cut decrease isn't actually going to be beneficial disproportionately to lower income individuals because there's a progressive progressive tax structure towards corporate taxes in the first place. Secondly, if you want to look at the level of taxation, what Donald Trump is doing is he's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income because tariffs disproportionately impact lower income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods because they have cost of living, and cost of living takes up more of their income. So if there's an increase in the consumer products prices, that's going to disproportionately impact lower and middle income individuals who are spending significantly less in terms of their income on taxes when we do income tax comparative to leaving it up to tariffs. So what it's doing is it's shifting the burden of taxation from those who are disproportionately higher in terms of income to those who are disproportionately lower in terms of income. Because again, income tax and corporate tax specifically comes from higher income individuals to a greater extent comparative to tariffs.
All right. Tariffs work as industrial protection. All right, like you're saying a whole lot of nothing. Honestly, you sound like a neutered dog that's barking. Okay, listen, tariffs they penalize cheap imports. They give domestic facilities breathing room, encourage reopening or expansion.
Can I ask you, because you're a new person, can you tell me what a tariff is?
A tariff is a tax on imports or exports.
Okay, and who pays that tax?
The person who is paying for the thing. Let's say you're buying something off Shein, you're gonna have to pay. Well, technically, you're gonna have to pay that extra money.
The importer pays it, and then the consumer it's passed on to the consumer. So you're saying industrial protection. What you're not understanding is that universalized tariffs do not act as the best industrial protection because they cause an increase in the cost of manufacturing because many of the aspects of the production process come from countries around the world. So if you want to increase the level of domestic manufacturing, well then do specialized or targeted tariffs rather than doing universalized tariffs, which are going to negatively impact the ability to domestically produce in this country. Industrial protection will happen to a greater extent if you engage in the same policies the Biden-Harris administration did, rather than the policies the Trump administration has.
All right, listen.
You're just mad that you're not going to have an argument against that.
Cost, U.S. steel mill dies. You can't compete when the opponent is government subsidized. All right.
Steel tariffs exist either way under either administration.
I think another thing we're ignoring is the fact that corporate tax was reduced, and that's massive.
Did he just like stop because he got dunked on?
What did
I
you
don't
dunk
know.
on me, man?
He's not.
What did you say? What did you say?
You
What
don't
did you
even
say
know?
that dunked on me? What?
Yeah.
Nah, because you're speaking a whole lot of nothing. All right, I don't know
I
what
already
you're
I
on
already
about.
told you, genius. You want me to tell
You're
you
right. I
again?
am a fucking genius. All right, listen.
No, you're not.
Listen.
Out of all your
If-
friends, you've
if
given me the
China-
worst
if-
argument. Out of all your friends, you've given me the worst argument so far.
If China dumps fucking all these cheap aluminum and steel into America, our steel mill dies.
Hey, I already told you
Then
this.
America-
Tariffs existed. Those tariffs that you're referencing for steel already existed under the under the Biden administration. So it's
Okay,
not
but I'm
specific to
saying
the
an
Trump
example.
administration.
I'm just saying an example of everything.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah, that's a targeted industry.
Why are we ignoring the fact that corporate tax was decreased? That's massive. For
We're not
corporations.
ignoring that. We're acknowledging that that's a progressive tax structure, and you're replacing a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure that disproportionately negatively impacts lower and middle income individuals because they spend again a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. What's that?
Corporations are benefiting.
So it would be corporations that are large businesses in the United States that are already in the United States, comparative to countries that companies that are smaller that can't bring back domestic manufacturing to the United States because of the increased cost of manufacturing in this country.
That benefit,
there would be some corporations that would benefit from the reduction in the level of competition, but those are large corporations, and I don't think that large corporations should be the ones that benefit because then they can just use their set of circumstance and market share just to increase prices rather than create better conditions in the market.
Well, let's say one of those corporations we would say would be like a NVIDIA-sized corporation. We would say, correct?
Wait, repeat that one time.
I said those corporations that would benefit, we could say are NVIDIA-sized corporations, correct?
Very large corporations, yes.
Yeah, so they would also increase in the stock market, correct?
Those companies, but not the other ones. Many small businesses would be negatively impacted.
You would be making money, so I would be making money.
So you just want to, but by the way, most investments are really for the top 10% of income earners. They're not really for the rest of the population. Alongside the fact that would you really put you benefiting in terms of stocks over like children getting access to food and access to healthcare and
I mean, hey, they can invest too.
You mean the
Trump
children?
is sending us into euphoria, all right?
The children are not going to do that. Are you trolling?
understand,
What do you mean sending us into euphoria? You sound ridiculous.
Crypto euphoria. Trump is helping out the stock markets, crypto markets, everything. Listen, he's creating a healthy market.
So the stock market has actually seen less increase in growth since Trump got in office comparative to what it saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
Of course. We took a hit originally from the tariffs.
And that's because of Trump's policies.
Right, and now it's building back up to where it was with the benefits from the tariffs now playing in.
It's already past points in which it was. We're talking about the level and rate in which it's increasing. The level and rate in which it's increasing was at a greater extent at the end of the Biden-Harris administration comparative to Trump now. Secondly, we can also look at, we've seen a reduction in the real GDP growth pattern. We've seen unemployment increase. We've seen multiple months of actually reductions in the level of jobs, right, on a monthly basis. We've actually seen, higher prices, right, an increase in the rate of the price increase. So, I mean, I can point to multiple ways in which the economy is worse off now since Trump got in office because of the implementation of his tariffs.
Jobs are probably lower because Trump isn't letting those, gay people being hired every single day. That's probably
gay people.
They're not getting them $2,000 checks every month.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's no restriction that Trump passed in terms of gay people getting hired. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying with the whole
liberal agenda.
Starbucks
with
employee with it all
with
going
the blue
away.
Hair.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys not speak at the same time? Only can hear one idiot at once.
Right.
Sorry about that.
What we're trying to say is that under the Kamala Harris administration, when they added in that ability that black people and gay people would get jobs over
DEI.
DEI. That's right.
DEI.
Over.
Can you name one DEI policy that the Democrats support? Unmute your microphone and tell me.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, first of all, they support DEI in the first place, which means, white people aren't getting jobs anymore and black people aren't.
Can you name one DEI policy? Can you name one? Affirmative action's been shut down by the Supreme Court. Name one DEI policy supported by Democrats. I gotta unmute your microphone again because you guys are just like literally being so ridiculous and not answering my question. Unmute the microphone. I'll just thank some people in the meantime while they do so. Emily, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For as a fellow law student, I know an annoying classmate who asks the most insane, non-applicable hypotheticals to hear himself talk. Yeah, thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily.
Kyle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Of course, Kyle, thank you so much. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Definitely make sure to remind me later. Madison and Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Madison and Matthew. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tori with the $50. Thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Tori. Give some W's for Tori in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. They clearly are just like interrupting for no reason. Rose, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up there. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. All right, go ahead and make your point.
Let's return to DEI because that's a big argument I think here. I think it was embarrassing for the country how white people were not getting jobs that they were qualified for.
Them supported affirmative action. I hope you realize.
Affirmative action shot down by the Supreme Court. You guys trolling? You guys just sound really.
Them still supported.
Hey, you sound really dumb right now. And also, like, why are you changing your voice?
You're trying to make.
Sorry,
You know, nice
I went to the bathroom. Those are my cousins. They're very passionate. They're from Texas.
They're your cousins?
Yeah, they're from Texas.
Still affirmative action. The Dems supported it. Doesn't matter if the Supreme Court shut it down. The Dems still supported it.
I think the point he's trying to make is, well, for example, they had personal experiences where they were not receiving jobs in Texas, where many other people that were less qualified but different, either or different race, different gender, or different
So what
sexuality.
DEI policy?
I'm not sure exactly what they were talking about. I went to the
They couldn't mention a DEI policy.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask them a basic question real quick?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, how many branches of government are there?
3.
Can you name them?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
What are the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
There is Congress, and then there is Is this thing unmuted?
No, you're still. I can still hear you. Congress and what else?
Oh shit, y'all can hear? All right, Congress and then the House of Representatives.
Congress and the House of Representatives. So you know that the House of Representatives is a part of Congress. Congress is the legislative branch.
Senate. I'm saying
it's the House of Representatives and the Senate,
part-
and that's what makes up Congress. So Congress and the House of Representatives is a really great answer you got there.
Yes, Congress, the Senate, and then House of Representatives.
All right, I'm willing to talk. He's not the brightest.
Yeah, I can tell.
I do know the law, so I don't know what their thing is.
No matter if you know the law. I'm a true American. I'm not rich like this guy. I'm not rich like where you come from. Where I come from, we work hard.
Okay, so all that tells me is that you.
I was more poor under
yeah.
Biden than under Trump.
Listen. All that tells me is that you voted to increase your own taxes to benefit rich and wealthy people. So good job.
I was poor.
Well, I voted because I would be benefiting from the increase on taxes for the decreased taxes for the rich.
Is your income over $400,000 a year?
Well, my family's income is.
Okay, so you're saying because your family's income is over $400,000 a year, on the little income that you'll make over $400,000 a year, specifically getting a tax break on that, you're saying you're willing to cut millions of people off their access to food, hundreds of thousands of children on average every single month off their access to food, free school lunch and breakfast, just because it slightly benefits you?
That's always going to be a problem. Biden administration, Trump administration, people will be starving, okay? I'm willing to do what benefits my family.
Okay, so then would you do something that benefits your family regardless? So I have a question. Would you bring back slavery if it benefit your family?
Again, my point was that, okay, he's insane. He's saying to bring back slavery.
I mean, if it benefits your family.
My point was that there will always be kids starving.
I'm sorry, so would you bring back slavery if it meant benefiting your family?
I'm answering your question. What I'm explaining to you is that whether it's the Biden administration, there will be people starving. Slavery would not be a thing under the Biden administration if Trump was bringing slavery back, right? So obviously, I would be opposed to that because my answer is no.
If you morally oppose something, you won't do it even though it benefits your family. So obviously, you wouldn't want to engage in, right, particular behaviors that just benefit your family, even though they morally are horrible and atrocious because they negatively impact other people. So why don't you take that into account when referencing free school lunch and breakfast and the access for that in terms of children?
Yes, my point was that listen, if my vote decided no children wouldn't be hungry anymore, then I would immediately vote to make sure they're not. But that wouldn't matter. Children would still be hungry regardless.
You understand that there's going to be less hungry children if this is the case, right?
But it's so not proportional.
Wait, what do you mean? You understand that this makes less hungry children. Why would you want there to be more hungry children? Just because there's hungry. By the way, just because there's hungry children otherwise does not mean that you should just like create more hungry children. That's absurd.
I understand that, but the benefits of what you get out of that will be better. Sacrifices have to be made sometimes.
Yeah, if you make lower taxes for the more rich, you can expand businesses. Hire more talented people. You can invest more and just raise the economy. Okay, like you're already saying that. Like, I grew up poor, he grew up wealthy. All right, and his family's doing a lot more to benefit this economy than ours.
There you go. Preach.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think. Listen,
we donate to charity.
Okay, so I don't think that the idea that there's going to be specifically this, like just because a family makes more, that means that they're necessarily providing more, right? You understand?
Yeah, they're better.
That
they're better with financially. Okay, they're better, so they can help more.
So if I make more money than you, would you say that I'm providing more than you?
You have the opportunity to.
You have the opportunity, exactly.
Okay, so but by providing more, you mean in terms of charity?
No, not just charity. Everything, investing in the companies, that so much.
Okay, so if all you mean by providing more to our society is just the monetarily... Okay, if all you mean by providing more is that you're making more monetarily speaking, that's not really an argument. Even if you are, that doesn't mean that you deserve, right, to specifically get so much money while literally people are starving, okay? I am saying that you, because you make money, have the ability to give back to society to a degree which can ensure that children are fed, which can ensure that people have adequate access to healthcare. And given that it can ensure those things, right, you absolutely have a duty to ensure that you take care of the population that you live in, because the population that you live in and the society that you live in allowed for you to make the money that you make in the very first place.
Okay. He wants to talk. He wants to go back to DEI. He said.
No, 1 second.
No, he does.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, is the other fucking cousin there that still advocated for slavery? That's fucking insane.
He's coming back right now. Actually,
no, I don't want to talk to him. I'm saying you should debate your fucking your family on that. That's fucking sick. For one of your family members to sit there and advocate for slavery.
What was your response to he's talking about the slavery?
What are you talking about?
He was saying how you supported slavery.
No, I'm not talking to the guys who. I'm honestly just gonna kick you.
All right. I'll move him away if you don't want to.
I'm just gonna kick you. Like, dude, I don't know why you'd bring back your fucking cousin who literally advocated for slavery, bro. That's like just actually nuts. Like, that's fucking disgusting. Alrighty, I have like 12 more minutes left on the live, everyone. 12 more minutes or so left on the live. Ark, thank you so much for the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Ark in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sammy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I totally get you there. Thank you. And Lovey, thank you so much for the $2. No, literally though, it's the exact same rhetoric. Exact same rhetoric. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. We only have a few minutes left on the live, everyone. Only a few minutes or so left on the live. I think I've debated this guy before. I'm going to end debating him. Hey, Jack.
Hi there.
I was going to ask you a question. Why do you still support Trump after everything that's happened, man?
Because I think he's a great commander-in-chief. But
And what makes you
I
think
have
that?
more questions about you. As I said, I'm troubled that you don't like to debate people you've debated in the past. But what I don't understand, if you are 100% absolutely right, how in God's name did Trump get more votes in 16, 20, and 24, Ralph? respectively. Okay, it's not working. You're really helping the Republicans, and I love it.
Wait, I'm not helping Republicans because he got more votes. That's a ridiculous
We'll see.
assertion for you to make. I think that I am making it worse off for him because it is the case that I'm convincing people that obviously Donald Trump is a worse off candidate. I don't think that I'm creating better conditions for Trump. We can talk about that in a second. But the reality of the matter is because people bought the propaganda that he was passing. And just because people brought the propaganda doesn't mean that
And you're
like,
not
I'm not
propaganda?
doing something effective by doing this.
And you're
What's
not
that?
propaganda?
I'm not propaganda.
Really?
No. What makes you think that
Okay.
I'm propaganda?
Well, again, I've been listening to you for quite a while, and I love your rhetoric. It's like you're an actor that's memorized his lines, and you do it quite well. But what I'm saying is, I'm so glad you're focusing on Trump because Trump's going to be our president for the next 3 years, and God willing, the Republicans will have a number of candidates vying for the next presidential election. I don't think the Democrats have really done anything to help their cause. You didn't, and I don't mean you individually, I mean you collectively. If every person that's following you is going to vote for the Democrat, whoever it is, it's still not enough votes to win the presidential election. And I think your behavior and your quest to win you're smart enough to understand that if you don't come up with midterm and 28 candidates, you're not going to win again. That's my only stance.
So obviously we need candidates, but I don't think that makes me propaganda. Like I'm confused what your argument was. And also, I'm
Everything
talking
you
about Trump
say is
because he's the
propaganda.
president, and obviously we're going to talk about the Republican Party, the president, because we want to ensure that people change the way that they view that, so that next time when we have an election, right, people don't view it similarly to wanting to support candidates like Trump.
And how well did that work out a year ago?
Well, I think that I've done a good job specifically at changing people's minds. Now, of course, I haven't been able to change every person's mind in America. I'm not Superman, right? But I have been able to do good. And the idea that you have in your head that like I'm just propaganda, I think is just realistically because you disagree with the things that I'm saying, and
You're projecting now.
you're just kind of projecting. That's really all it is.
No, I beat you to it. You're projecting now.
How am I
I
projecting?
mean, again, I know you've heard the line. You're a smart guy. I don't doubt that.
How am I projecting?
One bit. You're projecting with just about everything you say that the Republicans or Trump does. You had a presidency for 4 years, and at least 3 of them, if the Democrats were honest and weren't totally, absolutely, positively do anything to prevent Trump from running because they were afraid of him, they might have won. If Kamala had invoked the 25th Amendment in his second year in office, she probably would have got it, and she probably would have been president. And I find that comical.
I
Trump
genuinely
was
don't know
ignored-
what this argument is. You didn't respond to
Trump
anything I
would
just
be-
said. You didn't respond to anything I just said. You
I
just are
respond
making
to
this
everything you
talking
say.
point. No, you didn't.
Everything you say. I'm not trying to make talking points. I'm just saying, have you heard this silly line? I know you have. That if you keep doing the same things over and over, and you're so surprised when you get the same results, you're doing exactly what you did running up to the 2024 election. And it clearly didn't work.
So, by the way, you're acting like my approach is the exact same as the approach for the entire Democratic Party. Because I did
Close.
specifically what I'm doing, by the way, listen, because I'm doing what I'm doing doesn't mean my approach wasn't effective. My approach has been effective. There are thousands of different people that have changed their mind because of the views that I've engaged in, because of the lives that I've done. If you don't acknowledge that, that is simply because either you're jealous, right, or you just hate me so much that you're not even willing to acknowledge it. Right? I'm not
gonna ask you
some
the questions.
DNC strategist that controls how the Democratic Party is operating. I am just
When
saying
I
the
say
Democratic
you-
Party is preferable to the Republican Party.
When I say you, I don't mean you specifically. I mean the number of people that are against Trump. They lost. And all I see is that group collectively of people are basically saying, yeah, well, we lost, but we and they doing the exact same thing they did. Kamala Harris.
Dude, I don't know who you're talking about. You're just saying in general. That doesn't even make any sense, right?
I'm talking about the Democratic Party. I'm talking about.
I don't think the
you.
Democratic
I'm
Party is just
talking-
doing the exact same thing. And you said just about me. Okay, so what about me? What about me? What am
You
I
sound
doing
like-
that you think is bad?
I don't think it's bad. I
Or
don't
what do you
think
think
it's
I'm doing that
successful.
is not successful?
Trump's president.
What's that?
Trump's president.
That's not
And
evidence
what
that
you
what I'm
did-
doing is not successful.
What you did for the 2.5, 3 years running up to the election, and again, I'm not singling you out. What
I
the
am talking.
Democratic
Answer the
Party
question
did-
about me specifically. What am I specifically as a person, as Parker get a job? What am I doing that's not successful?
Trump is president. That was not.
That is not
successful.
evidence that what I'm doing is not successful. What are you talking about?
It's not evidence. You've
No,
been
it's
doing
not.
this for 2 years, and Trump won, which means you lost.
That doesn't.
Parker.
Wait.
That's
I'm
all.
sorry. That doesn't mean that what I'm doing is not fucking helping. You understand that I'm not Superman.
I don't know.
I can't fix everything, but I am leading people towards a better direction. That doesn't mean what I'm doing is not successful just because I didn't get enough votes specifically to overturn the fucking election. That's absurd.
You believe? No. I'm saying actions. Okay. If I did something and failed, I wouldn't do the exact same thing to say, well, I won't fail better.
I'm
this
not
time.
the person who failed. What are you talking about?
You did. You did nothing but
How did I
try
fail?
to prevent. You tried to prevent Trump from getting elected. You made.
Okay,
a
so how does it
token
mean that
argument.
I failed? Because it is the case that I engage in changing people's minds and inevitably speaking the Democrats lost. That doesn't mean I failed. I still succeeded at getting people to critically think more. I still succeeded at changing people's minds. I still succeeded, right, in terms of influencing people towards a positive direction. Right? That's what I succeeded in.
I'm going to have to use one of your line. Your source for that? Your source is the Republicans won. They
No,
won
the
presidency,
source is the thousands
Senate.
of people in the comment section right now
In the
that have changed their mind. The hundreds of thousands of people that have changed
even
their
close.
minds over videos and things over time. Right?
Time
It's
will
ridiculous
tell.
for you to. It's ridiculous for you to not acknowledge that.
Time will tell. I have no problem. But Trump is not a king. Is not going to run in 2028. There's not going to be martial law. And if there is, I'll be the first one to call you back and say I was wrong. I don't
So
think
I have
you
a
would be
question.
the
Would you
first one.
support Trump? Would you support Trump if he called for the execution of some Democrats?
He's not calling for execution.
No, if he did,
Yeah.
if he did call for the execution of some Democrats, would you still
not if
support him?
he did. I know 85% of what Trump has said. And I've never, ever, ever come out and supported Trump. Not once. I have responded to people who've said things about him.
Wait, so
that
you
weren't
don't
quite
support Trump?
accurate. No. I said I never came out like you telling me why Trump is so great. Because I really don't. He's a person. Okay.
But you do support Trump currently, right?
I voted for him. Yeah, and I don't.
What
think
the fuck are you
country's bad
talking
right now.
about?
Don't. He's the president. Of course, I'm going to support him.
You're failing right
But
now
if
at providing a coherent argument.
Well, you can say that all you want.
It's
but
true.
The fact is that he's president, so he won. I
So
won.
your whole
that's what I
response, your
thought.
whole point here is Trump is president, therefore you're not successful, Parker.
Well, that's
Everything you're doing here is wrong, Parker, because Donald Trump is president. Donald Trump is president, therefore, Parker, what
Now
you're
you're
doing here
acting
is
like a
not
child.
successful, Parker.
Now you're.
Why do you keep doing the same thing over and over again, Parker, when literally you guys lost the election?
That's it. And you did by acting.
You're helping
this way
out
you're
Trump,
acting.
Parker. Actually, thank you so much for helping out Donald Trump. You're actually giving him
You
more
have.
votes. Would you like
You
to provide an
have.
argument for any of these points?
You have. There's no argument there, Parker. There is no.
How did I help
argument.
Trump? How did I help Trump?
How frequently? I'll even change that. You didn't help Biden, saying he was sharp as
Wait,
a
so
tack.
did I
You
help
didn't
Trump
tell
though? Answer the question. Did I help Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how did I help Trump?
By your whole platform of trying to destroy him, about talking about the 34
How does that help him?
felonies, okay?
How does
did
that
it
help him?
Because people get tired of hearing of it. And people get tired of people complaining about.
So
what
then
Trump
you must be helping out the Democrats because we're tired of hearing you. Chalupa Batman, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Goods of W's for Chalupa Batman. Thank you so much. Christina, thank you so much for the $10 for actually being effective and changing my mind over a month ago. And now I'm a daily watcher every day. Love you so much, Parker. Thank you so much. Goods of W's for Christina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. You hate the truth. You're just mad that I change people's minds for the better. You're mad and jealous. And that's why you've come up on my live stream having to say that, oh, yes, I have. I've changed thousands of people's minds.
You know what? In 2 years.
Wait, and if I'm not changing people's minds, how am I helping Trump? If I'm not changing people's minds, how am I helping Trump under your view?
You're helping the Republican Party because Trump.
No, I'm not. I'm not helping shit. I'm not helping the Republican Party. I'm not helping Donald Trump. I disagree with you. Richard, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Ask him if Trump failed in 2020. He probably doesn't even believe that he lost in 2020.
I believe that Trump stepped down and made a fuss about the election, and I believe mail-in ballots that got 81 million for Biden and 76 million for them.
CJF, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, CJF. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I wasn't as rude in interrupting you with doing that. You can at least listen to what I have to say.
Well, you literally came up on my live and you've given me nothing but like literally just straight bullshit. You come up on my live and you've said that I've been helping out Donald Trump with no evidence, with no basis in fact.
That your behavior has not won. Harris
that does not mean I'm helping out Trump, dude. Oh my God, what are these arguments? Dude, what are you talking about?
So you like hypotheticals. So hypothetically, if the Republican wins in 26 and 28, you had nothing to do with that.
Well, I think if anything, I made it less likely that they would have won.
You may have, but if they win, which means you lost. That's all. It's nothing. You're not selling your soul
Who
to
lost
admit
Who lost in 2020?
What you did. Biden did.
Biden?
Excuse me. Trump did. My fault.
Okay, so who failed in 2020?
Trump did. Yep. And but again,
so you were a failure in 2020.
Let me ask you a question.
Anna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for even if you didn't change my mind because I'm already based, you helped me change my sister's mind. Can we get some W's for Anna in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna.
You call that anecdotal?
Wait. Oh, it's not just two people. Look at all the people in the comment section specifically.
Parker, I have no doubt that 99% of the people that follow you are going to vote.
Joe, again, thank you so much for the $10 for changing my mind. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Steve with the $10 as well. Thank you so much for you've changed my mind, Steve. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it, Steve. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Parker, I do want to thank you for bringing me up. That I do. I have no problem with this. I kind of love this. But, you don't have to act childish.
What do you mean? You're the ones acting childish when you come up on my live stream and you say that I'm giving votes specifically to Donald Trump, right, for literally arguing against that.
I think
that's childish. No. How is every single one of my actions, from your perspective, viewed as childish, but none of your own actions are ever viewed as childish? That, to me, sounds like a lack of self-introspection and honestly projection.
And carry on a constant cognitive discussion with you with going to the funny voice.
You didn't even do that. You didn't explain how I benefit Trump at all. You've just made the same claim over and over again. Cassie, thank you for the $10 for we love you. Thank you so much, Cassie.
Wait a minute, and you don't make the same claim over again about 34 felonies and being held civilly responsible? You don't think there was one ounce
Lovey, thank you for the $2 for you've helped me convince my ex to be more politically tuned. Yo, up to my parents who were civil rights activists. Get back into politics. Yo, thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. Can we get some fucking W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Again, you're going to sit there. Again, you're going to keep making these claims over and over again that Parker, you don't have the effect. Parker, because your side lost, you don't actually do anything good, right? But that's wrong. That's incorrect.
No.
Right? You understand that I can give thousands of different examples, right? Specifically of people who have changed their mind, let alone I've fucking grown from these lives. I've changed my mind. I have grown my perspective because I've done these lives. Yes, I have. You don't think that I have because you're not willing to acknowledge that I've done better.
No.
No,
well, again,
Parker, I'm not going to
I
acknowledge
like
that
what
you've
you
changed
do.
at all because I'm dishonest.
There
And
you
I'm
go.
just going to come up here and say that everything you do doesn't actually lead to a better world just because I don't like you,
You
Parker.
haven't changed anything.
Eric, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Parker, you haven't changed
Maybe you
anything.
will.
Parker, nothing has changed because of you. Absolutely
There you go.
nothing. Even though there's
There you
thousands of
go
people
with
in the
that
live right
childish
now whose
behavior
minds are
again.
changing right now.
There you go to that childish behavior again. It should go
Says
too.
you. You're the
You
one.
don't
You're
need to
when
do
you
that.
are engaging in childish behavior. When you say that I'm not changing anything because you're jealous. Chris and Jackie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can somebody get their senile grandpa, please? Diabolical, dude. Like genuinely, like can you like acknowledge that? I think that's incredibly childish.
What, I'm sorry. Ask that again. What do you want me to acknowledge?
I want you to acknowledge that it's childish for you to come up here and you say that like I'm not engaging anything that's changing people's minds at all, right?
No,
Just because it is
no.
the case that the Republican won. I think it's dishonest for you, and it's literally just because you don't like me as a person. That's it.
No,
That is the only
no,
reason. Because if it were
not
actually
true.
if it were actually based on something meaningful, you'd be able to give me an argument.
Here's the argument.
Go ahead.
I don't see any major change. It's a year and a half or a year into his presidency, and you're repeating the same things that you said 2 years before he was elected. That's all. That's
Not
what I'm
every. No,
saying.
but by the way, I don't make every single point that I made then because different points have changed, and we're talking about current events now that we didn't talk
Well,
about back then. There are plenty of things
No,
I
you've
address
added
now that didn't
tariffs.
have. I couldn't address things like, for example, the fact that he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots because he hadn't done that yet. So I absolutely reference new things that had happened, but absolutely things that did happen that were bad about Donald Trump that I referenced literally years ago, I will reference now because they're still bad. Like, for example, Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms
Let
with
me
Donald
stop
Trump would
you
barge
right
in.
there.
I'm going to keep saying that because Donald Trump literally bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation. And again,
Can I
just
stop
because
you
you
right
dislike
there?
me doesn't mean I'm not
No,
changing
no.
people's minds.
That's-
Just because you
that's
dislike
nothing.
me doesn't mean that I'm not affecting the world in a positive manner. Just
You're
because you
rambling
don't
now.
like me, just because you disagree with me ideologically speaking, does
Disagree,
not
yes.
change
Like,
any
that's
of
nothing to
those
do with it.
facts. Like Chris and Jackie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'd love to have a cup of coffee with you someday.
And I would if you genuinely would actually engage
Not
and would
this one.
try to change your mind and would actually see any type of different perspective rather than coming into my live stream all the time and never changing your mind and only believing that I'm specifically making the world a worse place or making it better, actually for Donald Trump specifically under your perspective, right? Because you literally dislike me and you're just trying to like either rage bait me or you're trying to just like
No.
come up with some random bullshit jealous
No.
talking point.
Own your behavior. I own mine. That's all.
I do own my I will absolutely acknowledge when I'm wrong.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen me ever. Wait, I'm sorry. Earlier in this live stream, I acknowledged I was wrong.
You're about 999% right all the time.
Okay, I am 999% right. 100% you're right. You're totally right with that one. That's the first thing you've said that's right on this live stream. But the reality is that I acknowledge that I'm wrong all the time. You just can't admit it. By the way, you are in my live all the time. There is not a possible chance that you have never seen me change my mind or acknowledge I was wrong on this live stream. You absolutely have seen me acknowledge that I was wrong, and it is dishonest for you to sit here and claim that I have not. That is so dishonest. I know you have been in my live stream long enough to acknowledge that I have absolutely, right, absolutely acknowledged that I was wrong in plenty of scenarios. I think that's so dishonest of you. Like, if you're going to come up here and argue against me, actually be genuine. Don't come up here and be
Let
dishonest.
me answer that. I'll be happy to answer that. I have no doubt, and I've certainly witnessed it, can't give you a specific time where you have acknowledged, yep, you're right, you're wrong, but nothing significant about anything.
Yes, I do. If you've witnessed me acknowledge that I was wrong, type 3 in the comment section. If you've ever witnessed me admit that I was wrong, type 3 in the comment section. Look at all these people who spend time in my lives, who have seen me acknowledge that I was wrong, because I'm not perfect. I have been wrong. Right there. I just acknowledged it. Oh my God, Parker Get a Job acknowledges that he was wrong.
I have no doubt.
Shelby, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This diva out here acting like he Like we didn't have a blue wave with the elections that we just had. True. How do you feel about the elections that just happened? Does that mean the elections that just happened? Does that mean that I'm doing something right?
No, let me talk
Wait, but we won. But we won. Molly, thank you for the $5
You're
for.
right.
Is this a bad time to say that this is an official DNC payment? Well, since I'm doing so good for the DNC, it seems like it's the perfect time to acknowledge that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
Are you going to let me respond?
So
to
actually,
your,
chat. I think we're
last
doing great
elections?
because we won. We won. We're doing so great. MAGA is losing.
There you go, resorting to trying to sound like Trump. I love it.
Wait, how did Prop 50 go? How did Prop 50 go?
Am I surprised that New York City voted for Mandami? No. Is New York going to switch Republican next election? No, they're not. Okay, so is Seattle going to switch? No, they're
Well, that's a
not. We all know
progressive,
that.
and we're not just
But
talking
again,
about that.
No, well, what we're talking about is a presidential election. I think I brought this up once before. Nothing big, but it's big. It's pretty significant. Do you know that when a Democrat on election day starts to vote, when they go and vote, besides their vote, they're guaranteed 43% of the vote. And you know what? So are the Republicans. So everyone knows going into the presidential election, each candidate is going to get more than 43%. But that's basically 16% that's split amongst the whole race. And that's why I believe Trump won. Trump won in the swing states. I know you don't like the Electoral College, but there's a reason why the Electoral College is there. And it makes sense, okay? And you can have an argument about it, you can not like it, but there's a reason why. And the federal elections are not state elections. Senators are not really state elected. They're state elected by the state, but it's a federal position. The House of Representatives is a state position. It's a federal position, but they are specifically for the state and do anything and should do to support their state. Senators, on the other hand, are a little bit different. That's why there's only 50 of them. And that's why we have the Electoral College. Because if we elected a president every 4 years, because Texas voted for Republican and Florida voted for Republican and New York voted for, they call the elections in California 2 minutes after the election.
Do you want to know why?
Closed.
Because there's such a margin of who's won that there couldn't possibly be enough votes left
I
that would
understand
then
that.
yield to a change in the election results. So they're able to make the determination early because
I
of the
agree
fact
with you.
that there isn't enough votes that they would be able to count that
Win the
would
election.
be able to change the election results.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I understand that. And that's why there's an Electoral College, because New Hampshire does have a say.
No,
New
but
Hampshire
I
is
believe
going
I
back
believe
and
in a
forth.
popular vote. I believe it should be up to the popular vote, not up to the Electoral College. I do believe that one
Okay.
vote, one person, one vote. I don't believe that land should have rights
The
to vote.
popular vote's great for the Senate and great for the representative. It's not
I think
great
it's great for the
presidential
president.
position.
It is.
Well, our forefathers disagreed with you.
I
Because
don't give
one
a
of the
shit.
biggest arguments
I don't give a
was-
fuck.
I know you don't. And it's okay. You
I mean, what's your point
have
with saying that they
difference of
disagree?
opinion.
I disagree with the founding fathers on so many things.
It's too bad. It's one of the best documents that's ever
Really?
been
I mean,
written.
do you agree with the founding fathers that they about their views on slavery?
Nope. But at
What
the
about
time,
what about their
were.
views on
No.
women? Do you agree with their views on women?
No, they're.
Oh, okay. So then there are plenty of things that
Let-
you
let me
disagree
answer-
with. You just weren't willing
let
to acknowledge
me
it.
answer that. Let me
Alyssa,
answer
thank you
that.
for the $5. Thank you so much, and love
The
you. Thank you for the dollars as
document
well. Thank you.
Called the
Literally.
Constitution has allowed for everything that's happened since then in this country. No, the Constitution didn't contemplate AR-15s. No, the Constitution didn't even contemplate AOC or Donald Trump. But the Constitution is a living document that has helped our country stay a democratic country. And you know what? After Trump, we're still going to be a democratic country.
Well, you know that
Okay.
Donald Trump is undermining that to a greater extent. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Not only has he done that, but he's also literally sent
No.
false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes
No,
when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020. By the way, I'll give you a
Did
little
he
bit of a
leave?
response, but I
Did
do have
he
to get
leave
off
on
here.
January 20th?
Hey,
Did he leave
I'm
on
telling you,
January
I'll
20th?
give you a little bit of time to respond, and then I do have to get off here. What was
I
your
gotta go
point?
to bed myself, so I got a 1 o'clock appointment, so I do have to go to bed. But, Gore wanting just certain precincts in Florida recounted because the election was stolen because of hanging chads. He had his right, and what Trump said was he didn't call for the destruction of the Constitution, and
Yeah,
he said if there was indeed a fraud in the election, there was
No, he did not say if. He
compromise in the
does
election.
believe that.
No, what he believes is that he lost the election because of mail-in ballots more than anything else.
Which
And
is
he's right, he
ridiculous.
lost the election. Why is
It's
it
ridiculous for him to assume that those are fraudulent.
Whether they're fraudulent or not.
He voted
how
mail-in
did-
himself.
And people do absentee ballots. Absentee ballots have nothing to do with mass mailings. Mass
All right.
mailings don't work.
Yeah, and
81 million
him believing
people-
he won the election is wrong. So he shouldn't just be able to believe that because he thinks he won the election. Because there are Democrats who
Hillary
believe
Clinton still thinks
there
she
are
won the
Democrats
election.
who believe that Kamala Harris won the 2024 election. Does
course
that
so.
give them justification to do so?
To do what? They could have done anything they wanted.
Would
Not
that give them
lie on the
justification
machine.
to pause the proceedings of the what's it called?
Everything that Trump
Okay.
did was appropriate. Okay,
I meant
and
pause the
he
certification.
filed to-
All right, I'm
and-
gonna
and
get
even
off.
the certification. All right. But thanks for bringing me up again. I still love listening to you. I really think that if you want to win, you might want to change your ways a little bit and try to find some
Jack,
viable
I think we
candidates.
are winning. I think that
That's
you should like actually
think
try
the
to change your
31
mind because
felonies aren't
I
helping
do think
you.
that if you listen to me in a meaningful manner, I think that you'd possibly change your mind over time if you were willing to actually take into account what I'm saying. Because I'm not trying to misinform people. I'm not trying to lead people to a worse off set of circumstances. I'm saying what I actually genuinely believe.
And so am I. And that's America. I don't mind that
All
at
right.
all.
All right, well, I
Okay,
appreciate
good
you going
night.
up.
Good night.
Alex, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said I used to be a MAGA girly and you changed my mind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's amazing to hear. Amazing to hear. I'm going to get off right now, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming up onto the stream. I really appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Peace out, peace out, peace out, peace out.